Welcome, Council. We'll begin the Council meeting for Wednesday, February 1, 2024. We'll start with the reading of the land acknowledgement, and the Deputy Mayor will be doing that today.
For more than 15,000 years, the First Nation walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabeg, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The Town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all of the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Thank you. I'll be looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. The motion's as follows: that the content of the Council agenda for February 21, 2024 be adopted as presented. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Potts. Any amendments or changes to this? No, seeing none. Okay. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest today? Sorry, I forgot to vote. Okay, we have to vote to adopt that agenda we all love. Okay. No amendments? No. Thank you. And I think that was unanimous. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest today? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I have none for this evening, but I need to declare a couple for meetings that I was not at. On February 12th, 24, in-camera item 4.1 regarding the Collingwood Blues contract, and February 15, 24, 4.1, the Collingwood Blues contract. Both cases are a code of conduct declaration, as I'm a non-voting resource person on the Blues board.
Okay, thank you. Any other conflicts that someone would like to declare? Okay, if you find yourself in that position, please just raise your hand. Next on the agenda is community announcements. Our first one is a presentation by our Heritage Committee, and I'll welcome up Vice Chair David Jeffries.
Thank you so much. Back again to celebrate Heritage Week. Heritage is such a critical part of our community, noted in the official plan. On our slides, we go on the screen. Great, thanks. All right, well, let's go to the first slide. Thank you very much. The Heritage Committee, as you may know, made up of 4 volunteers. We have co-chairs Jennifer Knight and Kathy DeRuiter. I am the vice chair, and members Sally Parts and Margaret Adolphe. And we have our representatives from the BIA and the ACO, and most importantly, our staff resource, and Stephen Teakle, who's just an excellent contribution to all of the work that we do. Next slide, please. It's now half a century since Heritage was initiated as an important part of Collingwood, and it's quite amazing to think it's almost 50 years that this has been happening. LACAC initially in the 1970s, following I think what a lot of people realized was the loss of much of the environment in the mass construction that took place after the Second World War. And so a number of initiatives, from environmental studies to heritage restoration, began to have an important part. LACAC designated many specific buildings here in Collingwood, including the first one, the National Ski Academy. The Heritage Act changed the name to the Collingwood Heritage Committee following the major development that had taken place along High Street and the big box stores that were there, a reinforcement of the critical part of the downtown. The Collingwood Heritage District was established in 2003 to protect the unique character of Collingwood's downtown. Next slide, please. It's a reminder that we work under the Heritage Act, the Ontario Ministry of Heritage, Sport and Tourism, on defining how councils and committees will work together. We are simply volunteers, very dedicated volunteers, that are advising you as the council on how the community, we feel, in our opinion, would like to proceed on certain issues. But in many cases, the decisions are yours. And to the extent that you champion heritage values, that work proceeds. And the extent that you don't, it can take another turn. So our recommendations deal primarily with properties in the district of the Downtown Conservation Plan, and also in community areas around the downtown where there are Part 4 designations. Next slide, please. Now, we have additional committee members who have involvement. You'll have a presentation shortly by Margaret Moy. She has been instrumental with the ACO in the critical walking tours that have been developed for the town. These are an invaluable resource for people who are also live in the town, but are also visitors here. Communication strategy has been developed by our co-chair, Jennifer Knight. And this has, later on, I'll give a demonstration of what she has done. It's quite amazing. She is an excellent talent in public communications, and we have had an excellent presentation to the realty community here in Collingwood. Heritage Awards have been governed to a large degree by our other co-chair, Kathy DeRuiter, and she, having her past experience in the building department here in Collingwood, is a great resource on how to proceed and what buildings to select. I focus most of my attention on Doors Open. Not as successful as I might have hoped. I am working with Simcoe County in the heritage, in the Doors Open. However, they have yet to pick a date. So I'll have a short time to be able to work on that. Committee members also work as advisory in other committees in town, the accessibility and BIA initiatives. And there are critical projects that we will be involved in, including the terminals, and I'll talk to that later. Next slide, please. We're going to go over a number of our heritage committee activities over the year. There's a number of them. One of the very successful one was the Historic Window Workshop. It was held in April of last year. This is a great opportunity for us to demonstrate to the community various technical resources in the development of critical aspects and the maintenance of critical aspects of windows in heritage buildings. And that can often be a critical part of people who are maintaining their heritage properties, commercial and residential. Next slide, please. One of the great opportunities we had for Collingwood, for me personally, was to be able to attend the Community Heritage Conference in London, Ontario. This was a great opportunity to learn information, and we had the opportunity through Justin Tico to present various financial programs that we have in Collingwood and compare those with other communities. I will tell you that Collingwood stands proud and ahead of many other communities across Ontario in its heritage programs. Next slide. Kathy DeRuiter attended the training in Aurelia focusing on the heritage in Simcoe County. And again, here it's to be noted that Collingwood ranks first in northern Simcoe County for heritage designations. We have 18 of them, the only heritage district and the most financial programs that are available across that area. Next slide. Heritage Committee would like to reinforce and note our concerns about the terminals. We feel that we had sent a letter encouraging council to work with the developer in maintaining these buildings. We think it is in both your best interest and in the investment and development community for this outstanding project that project present the best possible image that it can to encourage residents and the development community that this is a viable project, and to make sure that we arrest any deterioration that's taking place there and make this, whatever the outcome of the negotiations, continue to be a viable landmark for the town of Collingwood. Next slide. The unique new initiative that we did in 23-24, co-chair Jennifer Knight, our communications expert, initiated a new information session specifically for realtors. And I think this comes out of issues that we have had of people acquiring properties or people who are not familiar with how the Heritage Act interacts with those properties to show the benefits, the opportunities that are there. The real deal, which she presented, was held virtually in September and well attended by the real estate community. The topics covered by Justin, our planner, were chosen to help realtors understand the heritage designations and the potential benefits and impact on buyers and sellers with designated properties. The presentation was recorded to provide the information to realtors who were not able to attend. So it's a continuing resource, and we are going to be doing that again as the opportunity presents itself as the realty community changes over a period of time. Next slide. We did get some really positive feedback from this, and what we're trying to do is make sure that everybody who's involved with heritage realizes that this is not the onerous task that many people think it is, that it has a tremendous number of benefits in terms of both tax relief, grant opportunities, and contributing to the overall life of Collingwood. Next slide, please. The other great opportunities this year would be part of the presentation of heritage designations, plaques for two of them, the John Moore and Laurel Land Moore House at 394 Beach Street had its plaque presented, and the Heritage Community Church at 310 7th Street also had its plaque presented. Next slide, please. Just an opportunity to go through and review the two different aspects of the Ontario Heritage Act. Part 4 deals specifically with individual properties. And this takes, I suppose, a certain willingness of individual owners to designate their properties and an enthusiasm for doing that. Collingwood has never taken the approach of attempting to assert designation on properties. And so we do look for people who are encouraged to do so and to contribute to their community on that basis. And we currently have one request for designation, and a report will be coming forward to you during the coming year. Now, the Part 5 designation, this is the Collingwood Downtown District Heritage, is composed of about 256 individual properties. They're being located in the Collingwood Heritage District, and it's been recognized as part of the Canadian Registry of Heritage Places. There could be other heritage districts in Collingwood, and we have not, while we had at one time budget assigned to consider those increasing that area or new areas, we have not gone forward with that, and that budget has been put into a broader base for consideration. But I will say, and I would personally put this to you, that the heritage designation that is currently in the downtown is very detailed. It has specific objectives with regard to the commercial areas of downtown. But other areas outside of there could be considered for Part 5 designation. And the value in that is that it is something of a holding bylaw, if you want to put it that way. It allows for a second set of eyes to take a look at potential development. With the new provincial regulations with regard to development, having an increased area of heritage designation in critical areas of the downtown that we know people consider to be heritage, I think should be a consideration that you should make. It would allow the opportunity to and though that designation does not necessarily have to be with all of the details that we have for the downtown, it could be looser. It may not be as strictly controlled, but it would retain the character of those communities for which many residents in the downtown assume there is protection for which there is no protection. Next slide, please. We'd like to go over the financial incentives for heritage property owners. And first, that is the heritage grants. This is an annual program to assist property owners with a specific restoration or construction projects. In 2023, 15 property owners were approved for financial assistance, and the maximum that's allowed is $3,000. As part of our submissions to you, we would like to see this program reviewed to reflect the increase that inflation has had with building costs. This aspect of the grant program has not been reviewed since its inception in 2006, almost 20 years ago. There was an overall increase in the total budget available in 2008, but has not changed since that time. Next slide, please. And the second aspect of incentive program is the heritage tax relief. The annual program to give incentives to owners to maintain and improve their properties. In 2023, 34 property owners applied for a rebate of 20% of their municipal and county property taxes. And that's subject to the rules regarding proper maintenance in accordance with the heritage standards. And finally, there are major tax relief that is available, and this allows for major restoration works to retain the property's taxation based on pre-development assessment for a period of up to 10 years. Next slide, please. We'd like to also talk to you about heritage or emergency preparedness. From time to time, every community is faced with these problems. The town of Penistanguishene recently experienced a building collapse on their main street, and luckily there was no loss of life. But in Collingwood at present, there are no special policies for damage to designated heritage buildings. And other municipalities have a policy that triggered by an unsafe building order issued by the chief building official, allowing heritage professionals review prior to action such as demolition. The Heritage Committee has been trying to have an emergency preparedness plan implemented for several years. Unfortunately, staff time has not been available for this. And of course, when the incident happens, you don't have the time at that point to then start making plans for what your preparedness should be. Next slide, please. So that comes to the end of our presentation here. However, I have a great pleasure to talk about the heritage awards that we'll be doing. And at the end, if there are any questions, that would be great. Next slide, please. The first Heritage Award that we'll be giving, and we won't be handing it out today because of the timing with regard to the owners being able to attend, but we will do that in March. This is known as the Stoutenberg House. It was built in 1904 for sawmill owner Peter Stoutenberg for his daughters. This classical open porch with its triple column clusters incorporates some of the more stylish manufactured building components available at that time. Next slide, please. This property is unique in Collingwood. It is our only heritage designated semi-detached building. The owners are at 291 Pine Street, Terry McDougall and Stuart Hunt, and at 2093 Pine Street, Mark Poor and Francis Poor. The restoration and repair of the veranda, which they did jointly, is a great example of owners working together to preserve a very unique building. It makes a tremendous contribution to the streetscape on Pine Street. Next slide, please. And this brings me to a great joy, my own personal great joy here in Collingwood, to have been here, to have watched this done. 172 Huron-Ontario Street, the Dorchester Hotel. Originally built in 1895 as the Dominion Hotel. It's had many different versions, and in 1954, an application on the exterior, which I suppose at the time was considered a great thing to do, dramatically changed how it was we were going to deal with this building over time and the various uses that it would go through. Next slide. And in 2020, other changes. The building has had a varied past. It's had apartments, a hotel, and retail space. It was designated in 2003 as part of the Collingwood Heritage District. Next slide. This is I can't tell you how fantastic this building's restoration on our main street is. It takes its place among the great restorations that have been done in this town, from the Tremont Hotel and to other major buildings where entire exterior surface has been removed. Brick has been carefully replaced, reconstructed, recolored. These are efforts that are outstanding. This building will take its place for decades and decades as an example of an incredible community commitment by Chris and Tammy Millsap to become a 28-room boutique hotel, the Dorchester. It has not just a new lease on life, but a massive contribution to this downtown. And I can't tell you, this is when we ask for property owners to really consider what they can do and what achievements they can make. This will be one of the great examples of what we will say. And so that I'm so pleased that they are here today to receive an award. And Mayor, if you'd like to come down and we can make that presentation, that would be great. I'd like to come forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Incredible contributions.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
Appreciate your kind words.
Thank you. Just gonna have to get a hold on the outside.
Okay.
Get cozy. Yeah. It's only one closer. This is good.
Well, thank you very much. And if you have any questions, that's great, but I know you're busy people. I think we all admire just how much work council does for this community. So thank you very much. Great.
I'll just say, and I'll see if there's any questions here, but thank you so much to you and your committee. Really appreciate all your efforts to protect and enhance our heritage here. That's all I'll say. It's amazing. One of the things you mentioned was not being able to get a date from the county of Simcoe for
Doors open.
Doors open. So
Justin, have we received a date?
No, because of course the deputy mayor and I sit on county council and have some access to the staff there. So if you have dates in mind or anything you'd like me to,
we've sent those dates to them, but
why don't you send me copies
okay,
of some things and
great,
be
because
happy
I guess my ultimate desire is that there be more corporate sponsorship and participation. That there be a greater, that this is, as I presented to you last year, a much larger potential involvement in both economic and business development in this community. But we need time to do that. And we have to have reliable dates that we can go out, and frankly, that various businesses may say, look, we'd love to participate. We can't do it this year, we'll do it next year, or that sort of thing. So that's really the value in doing this. We have not just heritage buildings. We have numerous buildings that we would like to open up that the public can't get into at a particular time. It explains how taxes are paid and how federal government works, how all kinds of things happen. And so it's a great opportunity to do that. So we'll certainly share that with you, but it is a little frustrating. And we know in talking to other communities I personally, that how frustrating it is with Simcoe County because it's so spread out. And our objective is, in fact, that we take the opportunity to make it as a time to celebrate Collingwood. And that's one of the opportunities we can do. So we have a number of other events that are planned or could be planned in around that time, but we have to know the dates in advance. So
I hear you. Did anyone else have any questions? Yes, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Mayor Hamlin, I'll make a point next Tuesday of asking CEO Aiken directly about the doors open. And then I just would congratulate Tammy and Chris on their award. Very justified, beautiful building, fond memories. We'll just leave it at that.
great. Okay.
Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Margaret, did you have something you wanted to add today?
I have a deputation.
A deputation, a separate one? Okay. Why don't you come up now then? Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Hamlin, Deputy Mayor Fryer, council, staff, and community members. Most of you know me, but my name is Margaret Moy, and I'm here today to represent the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario, Collingwood branch. I also sit on the Heritage Committee, and I'm on the board of the Collingwood Terminals and Harbour Action Group. On behalf of our local ACO, thank you for allowing me to contribute to the celebration of Heritage Week 2024, as well as to address maintaining our heritage for future generations. Next slide. The Architectural Conservancy is the largest voice for heritage in Ontario. The Conservancy has been involved in preserving Ontario's architectural, environmental, and cultural heritage since 1933. The Collingwood branch was established in 2007. ACO is the lead non-governmental organization on built and cultural heritage. Next slide. As an ACO representative on the Heritage Committee, and because I've been around for quite a while, I guess, I've taken on the responsibility of editing our 4 heritage walking tours for republishing. Expansion of heritage designations. I've taken on reporting on the Collingwood terminals and maintaining a resource list of for heritage. People that are doing restoration on their homes sometimes want some advice of who to go to. We can only say who was successful working for us. ACO has also contributed to our new official plan and has contributed to strategic planning. With help from the museum staff, I have edited 3 of the 4 walking tours now in preparation for republishing. We will then have an electronic version and paper versions of the tours. I also deliver these tours to Town Hall, the arenas, the library, Simcoe Theatre, and to the swimming pool. I believe these tours should also be in the lobbies of our local hotels, but I haven't quite got to delivering those yet. Next slide, please. Again, it was mentioned before by David. We sponsored the workshop on wooden windows this year, and it was fantastic to see the good turnout. And people have already used the resources that we've given to do wooden windows on their homes. In the future, we'd like to share in the planning of a community outreach information session on designating properties, whether it be part 4 or part 5. To preserve our built heritage, it's important to make sure that the community knows the benefits of designating a heritage property. Collingwood offers yearly grants, tax rebates, and major restoration tax incentives, which were explained by David as well. Next slide. Not all the historic homes that you see on this poster have a protected heritage designation. Maybe one day in the future they will. A heritage designation is an opportunity for the community to protect and to promote awareness of its local history. Historically significant buildings contribute to the town's cultural and economic well-being. Designation recognizes the importance of a property to the town of Collingwood. In the words of George Orwell, the most effective way to destroy people is to deny and obliterate their own understanding of their history. Preserving heritage gives us an understanding of our history. So much of our future lies in preserving the past for future generations. Next slide. Today is a special day, a Heritage Day, and it's an opportunity to celebrate Collingwood's heritage, as well as the ACO has taken it as an MPP day to advocate for important heritage issues. This special date was initiated in 1974. Many branch representatives are at Queen's Park today, meeting with local MPPs. I chose to be here. However, on Friday, I have an appointment to meet with MPP Brian Saunderson to raise some of the issues that Collingwood has in regard to preserving heritage. At the provincial level, ACO is asking for the following: amend the Ontario Heritage Act to give municipalities 5 additional years before heritage property municipal listings expire. Currently, they will expire in January 2025. Number 2, create a new application-based matching grant program of $10 million a year. Ontario is the only province without a grant program such as this. The grant program would encourage owners to keep, fix, and renovate or reuse heritage buildings to create new housing. Number 3, ensure that provincial land use planning policies encourage keep, fix, reuse approaches to existing buildings. And at our municipal level, I'd like to bring up that we need an updated Ontario Heritage Toolkit to provide us with an up-to-date guide to heritage planning. In June 2021, the province promised a new toolkit was coming after consulting with everybody on changes to be made. To date, no new version has been released. Next slide. ACO's mandate, once again this year, is keep, fix, and reuse. This is important for leveraging the environmental, economical benefits of preserving Ontario's older buildings. ACO's mandate, of course, is to preserve the architectural, cultural, and landscape benefits of heritage. Next slide. This is rather a sad slide. We have to look to the future to prevent demolitions such as this. Next slide. Demolition is a destructive approach that sends building materials to landfill sites and does not adaptively reuse buildings. However, you heard today, Collingwood does have numerous examples of restoration and of adaptive reuse. These are examples of the green side of architectural conservation. And there's one slide in there that's one on the way to being completely restored. Adaptive reuse of older buildings supports keep, fix, reuse, and we must focus on this mandate in the future. Next slide. Our cultural landscape needs to be preserved as well. Our cultural landscape embodies uses that evoke a sense of history for a place. This includes buildings, trees, pathways, and bodies of water. In Collingwood, we are lucky to have so many mature trees near heritage properties. When mature trees are cut down, you can see by the picture what happens. We lose our green boulevards with beautiful mature trees. Instead, we're starting to get paved boulevards to allow parking. Owners are also beginning to create parking pads on their front lawns. The mature trees are needed to help us to fight climate change by taking carbon out of the atmosphere. Next slide. I was recently asked by the Provincial ACO office to update the status of these properties on the endangered properties list. While all three will remain on the list, there has been progress made to preserve and to protect these properties. The Victorian Annex has an approved draft plan of subdivision and a heritage permit for the exterior work on the annex building. Maybe by next year, I can advise the province to remove this property from the endangered list. Collingwood Terminals is currently under discussion for future adaptive reuse, and we look forward to further public engagement with stakeholders and with the community. Nottawasaga Lighthouse, I was in touch with their president, and the Preservation Society continues to maintain the wrapped structure, waiting to acquire ownership from the federal government. Next slide. ACO Collingwood aims to continue building community partnerships to strengthen Collingwood's rich and vital heritage. Our strong heritage builds on the pillars of society to provide a sustainable community with cultural vitality, a strong economic health, environmental responsibility, and community involvement. We, as members of ACO, want to preserve and to protect our built and cultural heritage, as well as to preserve our heritage landscape. Next slide. You can see by the number of groups in the slide that support heritage in Collingwood, and there is strength in numbers when we all work together to protect and to preserve our heritage. Next slide. Thank you so much for listening to ACO's presentation and in celebration of Heritage Week 2024. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all that you do as well. Lucky to have all you wonderful people in our community. Wait, there may be a question. Do you have a question? Councillor Ring has a question.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. When you made the presentation, you were giving some of the heritage buildings that have been preserved, especially the schools, with Canal School being there and the annex for Victoria. Was King George never made a heritage?
I don't believe so. No.
So I think it might have been redeveloped prior to us even having a heritage committee.
Mm-hmm.
I just wondered if that was the reason why.
But maybe we could select it as, you know, a Part 4 designation if they would, the owners would be willing. Maybe it's a condo corporation now.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it is.
We'd have to approach and find out. When I do my walk through the community, I always talk to people. Are you interested in designating your beautiful home?
Okay, I just wondered if there was a reason why it wasn't designated, but I think it was.
I think it was before.
I think it was remodeled before we had a heritage committee.
I think so, but we have had some good successes.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Doherty?
Thank you, Chair. And through you to Ms. Mui, thank you very much for your presentation. I had two questions. The first was with regard to a statement that you made that Collingwood does not have policies for damage to designated heritage buildings. So I just wanted to understand what the implications are of not having a policy. Sorry, could you not hear me? No.
I don't think I made the statement that we don't have any policies to protect.
Okay, so it was with reference to Penetanguishing and the collapse.
Oh, yeah, that would have been David. I'll bring him up to answer that one.
Sorry, yeah. So I'd just like to understand what the implications are.
When a major collapse takes place, generally the first order of business is to go to the chief building official, and he, along with whatever resources he designates, determine what the progress for that building is. There is no opportunity for any heritage designation, and so or any heritage consideration in what's about to happen. So as we saw at Goderich, if they determine that there is, in their mind, a significant issue, and they think the imperative is financial, you bring in front-end loaders and you take all of the heritage material, put it into dumpsters, and off it goes to landfill. There's no effort to attempt to say, okay, let's reclaim this. Let's see if we can use it for rebuilding. Let's preserve it for other buildings. All of those issues are not there. There's no protocol. So therefore you're left with a situation, and quite often under disaster situations, the people who are left to make the decision feel that after life safety is considered, the next thing for them is getting the town back operating. So in many cases, you lose it all. It's gone entirely. And so there's examples in Kingston, there's examples in Pecuniary, various places where, and if there isn't any program, how quickly you lose a huge aspect of what people may have said, well, we could have done something, but we had no plan in place for.
Thank you.
Okay.
And through you, Chair, I think my next question also will be for Vice Chair Jeffries. And that is, I know that there are some communities in Ontario and actually across Canada that have designated trees as heritage trees. Thinking of, there's a white oak in Oakville as an example. And in fact, the roadway was built to go around.
There's quite a number that have been. There's various places where that has been done. That's right. If there are.
Is that something that the committee would pursue, or would this be something that would fall under our tree bylaw? Or maybe I should be directing this question also to
I could respond, however. My first reaction is more in the vein that Margaret has had, which is that the trees in their large expanse or in their greater numbers define the character of a lot of areas. And it's not just trees, it's landscapes, it's a broad range of things. And so the first effort is to preserve the character of the community. And in that area, right now, the control is under Public Works and under their authority in terms of what we need in the streets for servicing, whether tree arborists have determined whether this tree is viable or not. I haven't met an arborist yet who hasn't said, well, you can always cut it down and replant it. And so almost you bring them in, it's the end of the tree. So my first reaction is that in the first instance, you're trying to maintain the character of the community, and you would get more protection of that, of course, if you have a district heritage plan or something like that. But secondly, yes, preserving certain key trees are important, but those are done to a large degree because there is a specific heritage or events or things that have been associated with that piece of the property. I again, that's not something, I mean, I'm interested in doing it, but in my priorities, I've got 50 buildings in downtown Collingwood that I'd be designating before I'd be designating specific trees. But as I said, so I'm more concerned about the environmental protection that comes with the broader scope of trees, and especially trees that get beyond a certain size, because trying to replace those in an urban area can be very, very difficult. They've learned to survive in this urban context, and the fact that they're alive and still growing means that they have a resilience that you really want to protect. So that's the aspect. Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a public meeting on our agenda that was scheduled for 2. So if there's no other questions, go ahead.
Through the chair, thank you. And I don't want the public to wait too long, but just a really brief comment on trees, because it's something council's been very active on in the past number of years, and as have staff. And it was mentioned by both of the presenters. We do have a forestry coordinator that's been approved by council to hire. We have an urban forestry plan. We have been directed to do some updates on our tree preservation bylaw, both covering development and private properties. And we also have rooted in the past council, but continuing into this council, some work underway to look at the paving of boulevards when that would be allowed, and encouraging people, in fact, to do more green things that are appropriate for boulevards moving forward. So I think all in all, the sentiments expressed today around the preservation of trees, further preservation of trees, in addition to our replantings and donations, significant donations from others for replanting of trees, are well underway. Certainly, if there was a tree preservation group that wanted to raise some funds and advocate for particular trees that are of significance in the community, that is another thing that's been happening around us that may be worthwhile in Collingwood as well. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you for that information. Okay, so thank you. If there's no other questions, then I'll move to the next community announcement under Pink Shirt Day, which I believe Councillor Baines is going to address.
Thank you, Your Worship. Many in the gallery or online may note that most of us up here, either staff or council, are actually wearing something pink or a variation of pink, and that's in celebration of Pink Shirt Day, which will be held February 28th. And it falls to me on behalf of council to give all of you a little history on how we arrived at this. The Pink Shirt Day story began in Berwick, Nova Scotia. In response to bullying, 2 students took a stand, purchasing pink shirts and encouraging classmates to wear pink in support of a student who had been bullied for wearing pink. What started as an act of kindness in 2007 has become a national movement. Pink Shirt Day and the United Nations Anti-Bullying Day, established in 2012, created opportunities for awareness raising, encouraging us all to take action to prevent bullying and to build a culture of inclusion in our schools, workplaces, and communities. The Collingwood Anti-Bullying Club has played an active role in building awareness in the community, reminding us all of the importance of kindness and compassion. Thank you to Trevor Henson for championing this important initiative. Pink Shirt Day is officially recognized annually on the last Wednesday of February. Please consider wearing pink on February 28th in solidarity with victims of bullying and discrimination. Collingwood is honoring Pink Shirt Day by raising the anti-bullying flag on February 23rd at the community flagpole located at the Collingwood Public Library. Celebrate Pink Shirt Day by taking part in a free community swim at the Centennial Aquatic Centre on Saturday, February 24th from 1:30 to 2:30 p.m. On Shirt Day, on Pink Shirt Day, and every day, let's all work to build a safe and caring community. And if I may call upon Trevor here to address us with a few words.
Good morning, or afternoon, actually, or night. My name is Trevor. I am in charge of anti-bullying. Thank you for very much for all that. You took everything.
Sorry.
We only have about 3 communities that stand up against bullying. One is our Falls area, and one is Ottawa, and there's one more in Barrie's. But thank you for Collingwood community for helping us get a flag ceremony, as well as helping me out by getting Centennial Pool. I thought of that because our weather hasn't been cooperative this year. So thank you for allowing me to raise a flag every year. So thank you.
Thank you for your continuing championing of this. It's welcome.
Well, thank you. And sometime I'll have to ask Simcoe County for putting up a flag next year.
I think we'll just take a minute now and go around the table if there any council members have community announcements. Deputy Mayor?
I just will mention that next Saturday, March 2nd, Breaking Down Barriers will be rocking in the house at the Collingwood Curling Facility. This is an important fundraising event with breakfast, lunch, refreshments, and lots of exercise. There will be a silent auction, door prizes, a golden ticket draw, and best prizes for costumes and fundraising. So if someone's interested in pledging or registering, they can go to breakingdownbarriers.com or directly to Adam at mintice.org or call 705-351-2326. So a great cause and lots of fun. I also wanted to mention that I attended the youth engagement last evening for our community-based strategic plan and downtown visioning update project. And I want to say a special thank you for staff for putting that opportunity on outside normal working hours. Tomorrow is the 4th engagement session featuring sports, arts, and culture groups at 3 to 5 virtually on Zoom. And again, appreciate the efforts of staff for all of these sessions. And that's what I have.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Just another reminder about the coldest night of the year event this Saturday. Our Collingwood Council Challengers team are doing quite well. We're just shy of $1,000 for the team. So I look forward to everyone being able to get signed up. And I know we all participate 100%, just sometimes not on this team, but we have other teams that we're helping out with too. So that's great. So as long as everybody does their part, that'll be perfect.
Okay, fantastic. Looking forward to it. Councillor Doherty.
I have nothing this evening, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Houston.
Thank you. Just a couple of BIA announcements. Next week is the Collingwood Downtown BIA Annual General Meeting. So please join your Collingwood Downtown neighbors on March 1st to learn about plans for 2024. Doors will be opening at the Collingwood Public Library on the 3rd floor at 7:30 a.m. and the meeting will start at 8 a.m. With a continental breakfast being served. And the last one is just a reminder for any downtown Collingwood BIA members that the member survey is still open. The BIA is looking for feedback on what members' priorities are for downtown. So you would have received that in your BIA email, but if anybody does need a copy, please contact the BIA office.
Thank you. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. Just a reminder to the public, the 2024 request for nominations for the Collingwood Sports Hall of Fame inductions are currently open. They will be closing Friday, March 29th at 4:30 p.m. If anyone's interested in filling out the paperwork to nominate somebody locally, you could obviously access online at the Collingwood Sports Hall of Fame website, and or you can pick up papers and submit your papers to the Collingwood Library. So just a call to all individuals out there for the Collingwood Sports Hall of Fame. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Rain.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. I had 2 announcements and they both have been spoken to, but I'll just maybe add to it a little bit just so I can have something to say. My wife knows I'm here. Anyways, I just want to add to the Friday at the library for the flag raising for the anti-bullying awareness and the Pink Shirt Day. Just want to just encourage all the public to show up on Friday for the flag raising, because it is a very worthwhile and important event that takes place. And I just like to see as much support as possible. And to add to Councillor Jeffrey's coldest night of the year walk, I just want to get a little bit of information. I didn't think I heard her saying it, but anyways, the coldest night of the year is a 2 or 5 kilometer walk, which is also the largest fundraiser for the Home Horizons Barbara Whiter House. Since 2011, this walk was established. Communities across Canada have raised over $75 million to assist in battling homelessness. So it's another worthwhile project that we should endorse. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Baines, anything to add?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a challenge to all history lovers who are passionate about Collingwood's history. Pleased to share that the Craigleith Heritage Depot in the lovely town of the Blue Mountains has installed a temporary exhibit in our museum's community collectors case that includes a sampling of the types of artifacts and histories that are cared for by their site. There's something for everyone in this display: artifacts and photographs from the ski and rail industry's fossils and the story of the depot's progression from a working railroad station to a restaurant, which I ate at many times, and more recently to a museum, archives, and library branch. This display will be on until the week of March 25th. And while I'm at it, if those same individuals who are so passionate about our history are concerned about the governance, I'm delighted to announce, as I believe the mayor spoke to yesterday in the Peak FM, there are 2 vacancies in the Museum Advisory Board, but you must act quickly because nominations close tomorrow. So if you wish, go to the collingwood.ca committee site and sign up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I have to say you should get a job in advertising. You're just so good at this. On behalf of the library, and I will say that we're lucky to be graced with Ashley, our library CEO's presence in this meeting, so welcome. A representative from Service Canada will be visiting our library to deliver an information session on the new federal dental care plan. This session is next Thursday, February 29th at 1 p.m. You can register through the library's website at collingwoodpubliclibrary.ca or email Lori at lcrossan@collingwoodpubliclibrary.ca. As well, during March break, it's just around the corner. If you're looking for fun and interactive programs to keep your kids and teens busy, the library has you covered. From movies and Lego to robotics and astronomy. You can see all the details and register at the library's website, collingwoodpubliclibrary.ca. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. As Councillor Baines mentioned, tomorrow's the deadline for applying for volunteer positions on the Museum Advisory Committee, but also I wanted to mention also the last day to apply for other committees as a volunteer. One is our Heritage Committee, which we heard wonderful presentation from today. So, and I also heard the need for someone to even walk around walking tour pamphlets to the hotels. So there's no end of activities that can be and come in and you anyway. Also the Accessibility Advisory Committee and our Trails and Active Transportation Advisory Committee and the Collingwood Police Services Board. We have mandated term limits, so there's always positions coming up, but we have a need right now. So if you're interested in helping out in the community and getting to know some of your neighbors, please get your application in. The next matter on the agenda is our public meeting. This is item 6.1. So I'll just read the introduction here and then I'll turn the podium over. Welcome to Collingwood's public planning meeting for a proposed zoning bylaw amendment for the property at 58 George Street. And this is on the southeast corner of George Street and St. Marie Street. Just to emphasize, no decision will be made today. The purpose of this meeting is to introduce the proposed development and obtain public comments on the planning applications. The meeting will begin with a presentation by staff and the applicant if they wish. Members of the public will then be invited to offer their comments or questions regarding the proposal. Once the public portion of the meeting has been completed, no more public comments or questions will be allowed at today's meeting. I will then ask council members if they have any questions. Once all public and councillor questions and comments have been received, staff will have the opportunity to respond or provide clarification if appropriate. All questions and comments specific to the purpose of the subject applications will be addressed in a future staff report. It's very important that the town receive the correct names, email addresses, and mailing addresses, including postal code, of individuals having an interest in these planning applications. If you plan to speak to the committee at this meeting, or if you want to be notified of any future council or committee meetings concerning the application being considered, you must provide this information. So under the Planning Act, two important things to know. Only those who verbally express any comments here today or provide a written submission of any comments prior to council's decision, which as I mentioned is not today, have the right to appeal any decision of the council to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And secondly, if you do not make an oral submission this evening or a written submission to council before the council decision, you may not be added as a party to an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless in the opinion of the tribunal there are reasonable grounds to do so. Just to note that this meeting is being recorded and streamed on the municipal YouTube channel and broadcast on Rogers TV. Your name, address, comments, and any other personal information you disclose are being recorded according to the Planning Act, the Municipal Act, and the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. All oral and written comments received will become part of the public record and made available to the applicant, committee, and council. The minutes of this meeting will also be available to the general public on the town website. I will ask Planning Services to confirm that notification to the public has been given as required by the Planning Act as they're making their presentation today. Again, I'll just remind everyone, no decision will be made today, and the application will be considered by council at a future date. So, go ahead. All right. Or who will be starting? Manager Ayers?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Community Planner Frisch is with us this evening or this afternoon, sorry, to take us through the town's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you and good afternoon, Mayor Hamlin, Deputy Mayor Fryer, Council, and members of the public. My name is Beckett Frisch, and I'm a community planner with the town of Collingwood. I've been assigned to the file for a proposed zoning bylaw amendment for the lands municipally addressed as 58 George Street. Next slide, please. The agenda for this afternoon will follow the town's standard public meeting format. Mayor Hamlin has already introduced the public meeting. The remainder of the meeting will consist of confirmation of public notice, overview of the town's development review process, application summary provided by staff, and a brief presentation on behalf of the applicant. There will then be time for public comments and questions, followed by council comments and questions. Next slide, please. In accordance with the Planning Act, I confirm that notice of complete application and public meeting was published and circulated on January 30th, 2024. Notice was given by ordinary mail to every owner of land within 120 meters of the subject property and published in the Collingwood Today online newspaper. Next slide, please. This slide provides a general overview of the town's development review process. A pre-consultation meeting was held with the applicant on August 24th, 2023, and following that meeting, the applicant was provided a detailed set of comments. The applicant submitted a zoning bylaw amendment application on December 18th, 2023. The application was deemed complete and a notice was circulated along with the notice of public meeting on January 30th, 2024. The application was circulated to various town departments and external agencies for review and comment. This brings us to step 6, the statutory public meeting. This afternoon, we will receive comments from members of the public on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Next slide, please. The subject property is located on the southeast corner of George Street and St. Marie Street and has a lot area of approximately 0.1 hectares. The property currently contains a former place of worship building, a parking area, a single detached dwelling, detached accessory building, a garage, and a driveway. The lands are surrounded by residential uses in all directions. The applicant's agent, Miriam Vasney of Plan Wells Associates, is in attendance this afternoon and will be speaking to this application briefly following this presentation. The purpose and effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the subject property from community services to community services exception zone and residential second density exception zone to facilitate a future consent application on the property. The proposed exception zones would recognize the existing conditions of the future retained and severed lots. Next slide, please. This slide shows the preliminary concept plan for the subject property. The applicant is proposing to convert the former place of worship building on the western portion of the lands into a daycare center with 5 parking spaces, including 1 accessible space. Council previously granted an interim control bylaw exemption for a daycare center on the subject property on December 19th, 2022. The applicant is also proposing to maintain the residential uses on the eastern portion of the lands in the existing single detached dwelling. A fence is proposed to separate the 2 uses along the proposed lot line to be established through a future consent application. Next slide, please. The subject property is designated as residential low density under the official plan. Single detached dwellings are a permitted use in the low density designation. A number of community services and public uses are also permitted in residential designations, including nursery schools and daycare centers. Next slide, please. The subject property is zoned entirely community services, CS. Single detached dwellings are not a permitted use in the CS zone. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment seeks to rezone the eastern portion of the lands from community services to residential second density R2 exception zone, and the western portion of the lands from community services to community services CS exception zone. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment is required to facilitate a future consent application and recognize the existing conditions of the future retained and severed lots. Next slide, please. 2 site-specific exceptions are proposed to recognize the existing detached accessory building, a reduction in the minimum rear yard setback from 1 meter to 0.8 meters, and a reduction in the minimum separation distance between the existing detached accessory building and the single detached dwelling from 2 meters to 1.98 meters. The R2 exception zone would recognize a reduced minimum rear yard from 7.5 meters to 1.1 meters. 4 site-specific exceptions are proposed in the CS exception zone and would recognize a reduction in the following: a minimum front yard from 7.5 meters to 5.9 meters, a minimum exterior side yard from 7.5 meters to 4.9 meters, a minimum interior side yard from 7.5 meters to 7.2 meters, and a minimum rear yard from 7.5 meters to 4.9 meters. All other provisions of the parent R2 and CS zones would remain. Next slide, please. Planning Services have received standard comments from the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority and Enbridge. Subsequent to the preparation of these slides, the owners of 159 Robinson Street submitted a written comment noting they have no objection to the proposal. Comments have also been received from Environmental Services, Economic Development, and Engineering Services. As technical review of this proposal is still underway, additional comments from agencies may be forthcoming. I would note that public comments as well as comments resulting from the technical review will inform a future recommendation report and may result in further revisions to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Next slide, please. Following this afternoon's public meeting, next steps include reviewing and considering comments received from the public, town departments, and external agencies, refining the proposed zoning bylaw amendment as necessary, and preparing a staff report with recommendations to the Committee of the Whole and Council. Council would then render a decision to approve or refuse the zoning bylaw amendment, and a notice of decision would then be circulated to all individuals and organizations who formally requested notice and also be published in the Collingwood Today online newspaper. A future consent application will then be required to sever the eastern portion of the lands pending the outcome of the zoning bylaw amendment application. Next slide, please. Should anyone wish to submit comments or concerns following this afternoon, you are welcome to email myself, Community Planner Frisch, or submit written correspondence to Town Hall. Members of the public can provide written comments up until Council renders a decision. Next slide, please. Members of the public can also check the town's website on an ongoing basis to review community and council meeting schedules and agendas. Or alternatively, there is an option to subscribe to receive email updates regarding upcoming meetings that interest you. Next slide, please. Planning Services wanted to provide an overview of what constitutes formal notice under the Planning Act. The Planning Act requires that notice of complete application and public meeting be given to every landowner within 120 meters of the subject property, and by posting notice on the property or by publishing notice in a local newspaper. Planning Services goes above the Planning Act requirements by publishing the notice in a local newspaper and mailing notice to landowners within 120 meters of the subject property. The Planning Act also requires that notice of decision be provided to each person who filed a written request for notice. Planning Services will endeavor to provide a courtesy email to members of the public who requested notice and or provided comments when a staff report is being advanced to Committee of the Whole or Council. Courtesy notices are not a requirement under the Planning Act. However, staff are working to ensure interested members of the public are made aware of updates to the development. We encourage folks who are interested in developments to visit the town's proposed major developments website to stay up to date on development proposals they may have interest in. Next slide, please. If any member of the public wishes to receive notice of council decision, please provide your contact details, including your name, email, and mailing address on the form provided in council chambers this afternoon, or send an email to myself at the email address provided on the screen. I would like to remind everyone that the purpose of this afternoon's meeting is to receive public comments and share information regarding the proposal, and no decision will be made. This concludes my presentation. I understand that the applicant's agent, Miriam Vasney, is here this afternoon and would like to make some brief remarks regarding this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Community Planner Frisch, and welcome to Collingwood.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Miriam Bastian with Planwells. We are the planning consultants on this particular development. Oops. Beckett, thank you for a very concise presentation. I just have a couple of comments. I just wanted to note that the existing residential dwelling is currently rented out to an individual, and that will remain as such until the individual no longer wishes to rent. And this is basically, we're considering it a housekeeping bylaw to recognize the uses and the buildings that are currently on this one site, just to separate them into the proper zones to facilitate the future consent. Thank you. Unless you have any questions.
Thank you. Well, I'll just have to turn this over first to the public for questions.
Thank you, Your Worship. If there's any members of the public participating remotely as our gallery, we don't have anyone in our gallery at this point. Please press the raise your hand feature if you'd like to speak to this application. And there's no interest at this time, Your Worship.
And I don't see anyone in the gallery. So I'll turn this over to council. Any questions from members of council? Yes, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. So is the daycare operating yet in the
I don't know.
one portion?
Go ahead.
No, it's not. Originally, it was Seeds of Montessori that were going to renovate the former church building.
Right.
And I believe that is why the council granted them the water connection during the interim control bylaw. But they have since bailed on that particular project. But the owners are still doing the renovations and whatever, and want to rent it out as a daycare center.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the response. That was pretty important piece for our community. And I think my recollection was we actually expedited that specifically because of the purpose. My other question would be through to Community Planner Frisch, I guess, in terms of I think the setbacks and things that we're looking at make sense for the buildings as they exist. And I understand that the planner has commented that it's housekeeping, but my question goes in terms of infill. If that renter decides they no longer want to rent and we put a bigger house on that, are those setbacks grandfathered? And then do we have neighbors who are going to have to exist with a much taller build, much closer to this, with reduced setbacks? So that's my question.
Well, maybe that's a comment.
Well, it's a question. Does it survive? Do those setbacks survive another build, or if another build was coming through, would they have to start again?
I might look to Manager Ayers for a bit of clarification on this one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Councillor Jeffrey. It's a good question, and certainly the setbacks would be specific to the subject property, so they would apply to the property in general. We'd have to do some research as to whether we can tie it to a physical structure existing on the site today. I'm not familiar with that. I'm not aware of it, but we can certainly look into that prior to advancing the zoning bylaw amendment. But other than the setbacks that are proposed and being requested by the applicant, in terms of building height and things like that, they would be subject to the parent zoning provisions that are currently applicable to the site.
Okay. And I would appreciate that being looked into, given the infill problems, or I don't know, inconveniences or not compatibility, no compatibilities that we've been experiencing with properties. So thank you.
Any other further questions or comments? I'll just add, I called it a comment because I thought it was complicated. So I thought it would be left for but anyway, what I wanted to add to that, because I noticed there's only a meter setback at the rear of the property, and I totally appreciate that's an existing structure. But while staff's looking into Councillor Jeffrey's question, I'm just wondering whether there can be some restriction on the height at the rear of that building. But anyway, I'll just leave that. There's more to be looked into. Okay, well, thank you very much. I we'll call this an end of our public meeting. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 7.1.1. The recommendation is that minutes of the council meetings held February 5, 2024, with the exclusion of the Committee of the Whole recommendations, February 12, 2024, an emergency council meeting held February 15, 2024, be approved as presented. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Doherty and Councillor Houston. Any comments? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I just wanted to note, request an amendment for the February 5th. Page 11 notes that I stepped away for P 2024-04 staff report, which was to Huntington Wood. But it actually was item number 13, the public planning meeting on page 10. And then it should also include that I returned after that matter had been dealt with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that amendment, all those in favor? Sorry, I didn't ask for a seconder. I thought I did. Yes, it was Councillor Houston. Okay, all those in favor, I'll try that again. That's unanimous. Thank you so much. Item 7.2, these are the recommendations from the Committee of the Whole, all divided into two parts. The first part is as follows, that the Committee of the Whole recommendations from its meeting held February 5, 2024, contained within the February 5, 2024 council minutes, be hereby approved as presented. There were two items, PW 2024-01, 2023 Drinking Water Annual Summary Report, Data Within Report Amended. And secondly, PRC 2024-02, Pollinator Protection Plan. Could I have, and the next one is your. Yeah. Okay, and I'll just add in the next one as well. Recommendation for P 2024-04, proposed concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendments and draft plan of subdivision. This is with respect to 5 Silver Creek Drive, Huntingwood Trails, Eastlands. Could I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Deputy Mayor Fryer, Councillor Potts, any comments? All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Second part, that staff report P 2024-04, proposed concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendments and draft plan of subdivision for 5 Silver Creek Drive, Huntingwood Trails, Eastlands, dated February 5, 2024, be received, and that official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan to subdivision applications be refused, and that 50% of the application fees associated with both the concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendment and the draft plan to subdivision applications be refunded to the applicant. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Baines, seconded by Councillor Perry. Any comments or questions on this? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. There's no staff reports on the agenda today. The first bylaw we have before us is 9.1, the recommendation that bylaw number 2024-014, being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a collective agreement between the Corporation of the Town of Collingwood and Canadian Union of Public Employees Local 1217 for the period of May 1, 2023 to April 30, 2026, be enacted and passed this 21st day of February 2024. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Potts, seconded by Councillor Doherty. Any comments on this? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. 9.2, the recommendation is that bylaw number 2024-015, being a bylaw to designate community safety zones and to reduce the speed limit within a school zone on certain municipal highways within the town of Collingwood, be enacted and passed this 21st day of February 2024. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Perry, seconded by Councillor Jeffrey. Any questions or comments on this? Councillor Perry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Since I wasn't at that meeting, and as you all know, this is very near and dear to my heart. I wrote a couple of comments down that I'd like to mention. I'd like to take a moment to thank Director Slama and Manager West for putting this report together and including the amendments to the original staff report that was accepted by council on February 5th. I'd also like to acknowledge Safe Streets Collingwood for their unwavering time, knowledge, and commitment to helping promote road safety in Collingwood. And finally, I'd like to thank this council for the healthy debate and questions asked in my absence on February 5th and for passing the recommended amendments that same day. I strongly believe these changes will help make our community safer for all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other comments, I'll bring this to a vote. All those in favor, and that's unanimous. Thank you. We have 3 departmental updates today. The first one is from CEO Skinner. It's on the, I see Director Valentine's popped up. We'll hear from Director Valentine on the Poplar Health and Wellness Village MZO update.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and my apologies to council and staff that I wasn't able to join you in chambers in person today. Nonetheless, we do have a brief update on this matter. The Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing recently announced that they will be closely monitoring the progress of certain housing development-related minister zoning orders, otherwise known as MZOs, across the province for the next 18 months, and would consider those MZOs for either potential revocation or amendment in the future if there's a lack of significant progress. The province is currently defining progress as primarily submitting applications under the Planning Act, physically servicing the site, and municipal servicing capacity allocation. The ministry did send notification letters to the registered owners of the MZOs that have made limited progress, including the Poplar Health and Wellness Village project, and that was to inform them of the enhanced monitoring approach. Town staff will certainly assist the ministry with information as needed and will process any applications that we receive in accordance with the executed MZO Companion Development Agreement and standard legislative requirements. We will continue to update council as matters progress on this file. That concludes the update for today, Madam Chair, and happy to answer any questions if there are some at this time.
Okay, thank you for that update. Any questions? Deputy Mayor Fryer?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. When I looked at the site, I think it's important to note that there's 14 on the list, and 7 of them are from 2021 or earlier. Collingwood's the most recent one. So I'm really hopeful that we just happen to unfortunately fall just short of the December date that they kind of set, and ours was November. So we are on that watch list, but I do believe that it should progress fine. So I just wanted to note that.
Yes, we're all hopeful. Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you, Director Valentine. The next update is from Director Collver. It's on fireworks.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Following council's interest and motion, staff are pleased to announce that we've secured a contract with Dreamcatcher Fireworks, who will provide a fireworks display for the town on July 1st, 2024 through 2026. The show will take place at 10 p.m. on Monday, July 1st of this year and be launched from Millennium Point. Staff advise that the best views are expected to be from the Shipyards Amphitheater, Harborview Park, and anywhere along the waterfront west of Heritage Drive. The Collingwood Festival for Canada, hosted by the town of Collingwood and Collingwood Downtown, will kick off on Friday, June 28th with a concert at the Shipyards Amphitheater and family activities all weekend long in the downtown core. The fireworks will be the finale to the celebration.
Oh, thank you. That sounds like we're going to have a great Canada Day weekend this year, as usual. Councillor Potts has a question.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. No question, just a comment, just to Director Collver and staff. Thank you for following through with this, and I'm sure that the community is going to be thrilled to see the fireworks back, and it'll be a celebration to enjoy, and looking forward to taking in the activities. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions or further questions? Okay, the last update is from Director Slama. This is the Oak Street Canal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Recently, Council approved changes to the Town of Collingwood official plan. The comprehensive review of the official plan included a review of flood risks led by the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority, or NVCA. The conservation authorities are responsible for managing the risks of flooding through a mix of floodplain mapping, monitoring, infrastructure installment or maintenance, and development regulations and permitting. Floodplain mapping allows municipalities and the conservation authorities to guide development away from flood-prone areas and also supports better emergency management and planning. Regulated floodplain mapping approved by the conservation authorities must be reflected in the official plan schedules and include specific land use policies which impact property zoning and permitted development. The Oak Street Canal is a watercourse that runs through the tree streets of Collingwood and is contained through both open channel and stormwater infrastructure. From 8th Street north to Georgian Bay, the NVCA regulated floodplain area is defined and included in the official plan. The floodplain is currently what is termed a one zone. This means that within the defined regulated area, limited development can occur with a higher level of restriction on proposals that would result in the creation of new habitable space. An example would be the creation of an accessory dwelling unit in a separate structure from the home. If the structure would infringe on the floodplain area under the current zoning, building a separate unit would not be allowed, and the Conservation Authority, under their regulated authority, would also not issue a permit. Recently, there was a consent and minor variance request considered through Committee of Adjustment for the creation of a new lot on Oak Street to facilitate the construction of a residential dwelling, which was denied based on the floodplain that exists around the Oak Street Canal. The applicant did not appeal the decision of the committee. The town has been working collaboratively with the NVCA by sharing data and technical information that would inform updates to the regulatory flood lines. Study and data may support the implementation of a two-zone floodplain policy. A two-zone policy would define what is currently the one floodplain area and consider two zones, the floodplain and the flood fringe. Certain forms of development could be allowed within the flood fringe as long as appropriate controls within the development were designed within the development to mitigate flood-related risk. A two-zone policy would need to be requested by a municipality, and these are typically considered in a constrained and existing downtown area after significant study. While there are benefits to enabling further development, there are also drawbacks, including additional potential for flooding and property damage. For this option to be approved, both the NVCA and the town need to be in agreement there's low risk in allowing development within any part of the Oak Street Canal flood areas. Town staff have provided NVCA with flood modeling information related to the Oak Street Canal. NVCA are reviewing this information to determine if it is adequate for detailed review into the creation of a two-zone regulated area. The town will be expanding the review of the Oak Street Canal through the Stormwater Master Plan and stormwater modeling, including management and maintenance of the canal to minimize or mitigate flooding in developed areas which surround the Oak Street Canal within the tree streets of Collingwood. If this further study and data justify the option to make changes to the regulated area and make it a two-zone, the town is able to formally request the NVCA approve implementation of a two-zone floodplain approach. And once that associated revised mapping is endorsed, then the official plan would be updated through the appropriate process. So this concludes my update to council on the Oak Street Canal, if there are any questions.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to hear that staff is working on this. It's a great bonus to owners of property in that area if we implement a two-zone approach, certainly. So thanks for doing that. Go ahead, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. I will echo your support for creation of a two-zone. We certainly have had enough applications for, what it is in effect densification along Oak Street that has been, quite stalled because of this. I also have a question through you to Director Slama, and I've just wanted to say that I was surprised to hear that the town was supplying flood modeling information to the NBCA. I would have thought that it would be the exact opposite. And I was wondering if I could get an explanation of that.
Certainly. Go ahead, Director Slama.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Councillor Doherty. Certainly, on my experience and tenure with the town, this kind of work is collaborative. As Mayor Hamlin has indicated, there is a benefit to the town. So there, we support, the work to. We're willing to support the work that needs to be done to support the ask. And as mentioned in my update, this would be a municipal ask that the MVCA would then need to review. So I would say we're working collaboratively on this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. Just while we're on the topic of the Oak Street Canal, under this update, I'm just wondering through you to Director Slama, and I apologize if it's been brought up, but the state of the bridge at Second and Oak, just we're kind of seeing where that's at. And again, it may have been brought up not long ago, but just refresh my memory if possible.
Sure.
Thanks.
We have an update on that, Director Slama. Thank you.
Yes, I can, Madam Mayor. Through you to Councillor Potts, staff have been working on the design for the Second Street Bridge. So that started in 23, and our capital program for 24 includes replacement of the Second Street Bridge and looking at the connection, I'll call it the connection at Second Street. To that Oak Street Canal infrastructure and bringing that all together and addressing the sidewalk issue.
Okay, so that work should be completed in 24. Is that the conclusion? Yeah, great. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you for those updates. The next item on the agenda is our consent agenda, and I'm going to read through this. There's 7 items. The recommendations here are those from staff. So after I read them through, we'll look for a mover and a seconder. And then if anyone wants to pull something for a change in direction, we can consider that. All right, recommendation. The council herein receive the general consent agenda and approve the recommendations contained herein. And further, that the information and opinions provided in the general consent items are those of the author and are not verified or approved as being correct. 11.1. This is support for the Township of Calvin Provincial and National Firefighting Strategy. Recommendation that council support correspondence from the Township of Calvin petitioning our federal government to commit additional funds for cost sharing of provincial firefighting and to consider the development of a national strategy of firefighting. 11.2. School Resource Officer correspondence, County of Simcoe and the Township of Adjula Toronto, motion prepared under item 13. 11.3, request for reconsideration of tennis club permit fees from the Collingwood Tennis Club. Recommendation that the request for reconsideration of tennis club permit fees be referred to staff. 11.4, request for financial support, Collingwood Pride Festival 2024 from the Rainbow Club. Recommendation that the request for financial support from the Rainbow Club for the 2024 Collingwood Pride Festival be referred to the pending council grant policy, which is later on the agenda. 11.5, Ontario Heritage Week, clock tower illuminated blue from February 19 to February 25, 2024. 11.6, World Thinking Day, clock tower illuminated blue, February 22nd, 2024, and 11.7 Pink Shirt Day, flag raising on February 23rd, 2024 at 4 p.m. So could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Fryer and Councillor Jeffrey. Any comments on this or anything to be pulled? Yes, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor. I noticed earlier that the deputy fire chief was online, and I just was interested to hear his point of view with this recommendation. Not to, I have no concern with the recommendation, don't get me wrong, but I know that we are accustomed to and geared to fighting structure fires as opposed to forest fires or field fires, and so it almost seemed as though it was a little bit out of our domain. So just wondering why staff were supporting this motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Fire Chief Emo, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Doherty. I think it's just a case of the fire chief supporting their northern colleagues on this important thing to pressure the feds to give some funding to the firefighting aircraft fleet.
Hey, any follow-up?
No, thank you. And I don't disagree. Also, I was just one. Oh, sorry. If I may move to item 11.4, which was the request for financial support for the Collingwood Pride Festival for 2024. And it was unclear to me, happy that this is being referred to staff, but it was unclear to me what the ask was, the amount. So I was just wondering if I could get clarity on that.
Thank you. Director Collver, are you able to answer this?
Thank you, Your Worship. So I can't honestly admit to crystal clarity on the ask at this point, and so I think it is advisable for it to be referred to staff so we can have a conversation and nail down the parts of what is being asked for. We did have a meeting with Pride earlier today and told them that this was likely to be referred to staff and that we would be back in touch with them for a conversation to understand it better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Other comments or questions? Yes, go ahead, Clerk Gomez.
Sorry, I'll just quickly note, the Deputy Chief also wanted to note as well that it relates to air quality issues. It's across the whole province that the northern fires have been creating as well. So it's not just that, it's in addition to.
Yeah, we noticed some of that here last summer. So thank you for mentioning that. Okay, so if there's no other questions, I'll call this to a vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. County report. I believe our deputy mayor has some comments today.
I have a couple of items. Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I had intended to get an update to council last week on what is identified as One Community Solutions regarding providing assistance to homelessness. But I just got some clarification today, so I apologize for not getting it to you until talking about today. I've seen the draft report that identifies the needs for Collingwood and recommended steps to take to try to provide assistance. General Manager Fayez Baigat will be coming before Council in March to review the report, and that funding is now in place for April 1st deployment of resources. I won't get into any specifics, but I will ask, or I'll mention that I know that the General Manager also met with staff, CEO Skinner and perhaps others, just last Friday. So if the CEO had anything to add, I'm certainly, she can do that. But I think the intention is to provide a detailed email to council on that meeting and get everybody up to date. But in any event, the General Manager will be here in a few weeks to provide full details as well. CEO Skinner, did you want to add anything on that one?
Through the chair, nothing else to add. I am looking forward to his update. I think there were some interesting developments in, social supports and programs being led by the county in this field. So I'm looking forward to it.
The other one I wanted to note about was I had the chance because I was talking to the general manager. It was in regards, we saw an email last week to a council regarding the Orangeville and Prince Edward counties initiative with Ontario Works requesting increased funding. So my understanding after my conversation with the general manager is that Simcoe County has taken steps to mitigate any significant impact from the changes that have led to Orangeville and Prince Edward County requesting. So at least for our area, it doesn't seem to have the same impact. But that being said, the general manager offered for me to have a meeting with the Ontario Works director at the county, Mr. Scavalari. And so I'm planning on following up with him and getting any detail. And if I feel, I'll report back to council in any event. But at this stage, it didn't seem that we necessarily had the same municipal needs that Orangeville and Prince Edward County have expressed about in their letter. So I just wanted to update council members about that because we received that request last week. So those are the two items I had.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is a motion on school resources officers. Deputy Mayor Fryer, I'll turn this over to you to read in your motion.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. Whereas Collingwood Council has been in receipt of the County of Simcoe January 16th, 24 letter of support of Angela Tazarantio's resolution encouraging the Simcoe County school boards that the valuable student resource officer program continue within the school community. And whereas the issuing of the correspondence resulted from the unanimous motion of Simcoe County Council on November 28th, 23. And whereas Collingwood Council has also been in receipt of Wasaga Beach Council's January 5th, 24 resolution supporting the County of Simcoe's initiative regarding the SRO program and further requesting support from all Simcoe County municipalities. And whereas the Collingwood Police Services Board will continue to monitor the matter, including further consideration of any other steps at their April 18th, 24 meeting and communicate their recommendation, if any, to Collingwood Council first opportunity. Therefore, be it resolved that Collingwood Council issue a letter of support of Simcoe County's request to encourage the continuance of this SRO program to the Simcoe County school boards, Simcoe County, other local municipalities, Simcoe MPPs, the Minister of the Solicitor General, and the Minister of Education. And I would speak to that if I can get a seconder, please.
Yes, would there be a seconder for this? Councillor Jeffrey, thank you. Do you want to speak first or last?
I'll speak first, Mayor Hamlin. I think it's all outlined in the motion, but it's to offer our support of the Wasaga Beach resolution, and that is in support of Simcoe County's encouragement. It is also noted that we know our Public Service Board continues to review the matter, and I think that's an important thing to keep in mind. I just also wanted to remind the public that policing is provided to Collingwood by council and paid for through land taxes. To do that, we have a contract with the OPP who, through legislation, work with our Police Services Board. The school resource officer is a contract enhancement paid for by taxes as well at about $190,000 per year. So I'm requesting your support of this motion and we'll answer any questions about it if required as I consider council's input. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've spoken in support of this motion before and would continue, and would just say that it's sort of conflict resolution 101, that the way to bring people together is not to build barriers and separate them, but actually get together and address in a respectful way any issues that any parties may have. And that is encouraged and facilitated, actually, in my opinion, through community officers being involved in the schools. And I can't say enough about how positive I think it is to continue this. So I'm fully in support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Doherty?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to the Deputy Mayor. I am very supportive of this motion. You had mentioned the annual cost for the addition to our police services budget was 190,000. I just wanted to confirm that that's already in our 2024 budget.
Yes, and that's the point we're making is it's already included in our fees. So
Okay,
thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any follow-up? Go ahead.
And I will also just suggest, and hopefully as a friendly amendment, that AMO be copied on this motion, because we are not the only municipality or county that's experiencing this issue.
Is that all right with you? Yes. And would the seconder agree with that? Yeah, thank you. I'll just say this is an important matter. Our police services board has talked about a few times, and as you know, Councillor Jeffrey and I are on the police services board, and we're quite concerned. It seemed to me that this initiative started in the Toronto School Board system to prevent the police from having an active role in the school system, and before we knew it, it was adopted by our school boards. But by all accounts, you know, our police resource officer is an exemplary individual who the kids enjoy meeting with and has done great work by being a trusted and valuable part of those high school communities. So anyway, as our police services board continues to sort through with the issues with the OPP, because they're also reviewing and studying this issue, I'm sure there'll be recommendations brought forward. So anyway, I'm in support of this. Councillor Jeffrey, go ahead.
Just to add to your comments, to Mayor Hamlin, is our SRO is exemplary and has pivoted outside of the school and is providing the services, I think, is equally as well. I mean, it would be the best place to be is in the school, but I think she's doing the best she can, and we're still getting the value for our investment.
Thank you. Okay, I'll bring this to a vote then. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. So at this point, we're going to move into the committee of the whole. I've got a motion here that council move into committee of the whole session. I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Perry, Councillor Houston, any comment? All those in favor? That's unanimous. So we'll just take about a 5-minute break here while the chair, Chair Doherty and I switch spots. Thank you.
Council, if you're ready to proceed, I will move us into the committee of the, or at least we've got the motion. We will start with the committee of the whole proceedings. The first item on the agenda is item 14.1.1, staff reports, T 2024-02, the council community grant policy. And I believe that Treasurer Quinlan will be presenting that.
Madam Chair, Treasurer Quinlan just had to step out for a moment.
Oh, okay. Maybe I could reverse the order, or oh, here she comes now. Okay. Yeah. She's ready to rock. Treasurer Quinlan, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry about that. I had a family call there, so I just needed to take a quick call.
No worries.
I'm going to bring up my own copy here too. Just give me 1 second while I get sorted. Okay, finally. So here we are. During the budget process, as you all may recall, we talked about pulling together a policy with respect to the community grants that council issues or awards each year. In years past, and again, once again in 2024, we get quite a number of asks. And the reason we're looking at a policy is to help us or help members of council align them and push them through sort of an application process that can help them provide the right decisions when it comes to each request that we get. Of course, it's not an unlimited amount of money that is available each year, so it can be difficult to do that, but we're hoping this policy helps with your decision making. So next slide, please. So the first thing I'm going to just go through are the objectives and the key features of the policy. Again, the policy aims to establish a clear criteria and guidelines for providing council community grants or in-kind support from the town's annual budget. Is designed to assist organizations or individuals that bring about social, economic, or environmental benefits to the town of Collingwood, its citizens and taxpayers, while also supporting the town's strategic initiatives for growth and development. So we're going to dive into the key features. Next slide, please, or the objectives of the grant. The grants proposed under this policy are intended to bring about social, economic, and environmental benefits. And when we look at social benefits, they're grants that would aim to support initiatives that contribute to the social well-being of the community and foster a sense of belonging, inclusion, and community engagement. When it comes to economic benefit, obviously it aims to stimulate economic growth or job creation and financial stability within the town. And it also promotes local business development and economic opportunities. From an environmental benefit perspective, it supports initiatives that preserve and enhance the natural environment and promote sustainable practices while advancing environmental conservation efforts. And when we look at the strategic initiatives, we're talking about the community-based strategic plan, which is currently in the works. But we're hoping, or I shouldn't say we're hoping, the grants will also aim to align with those strategic plans once they're completed. Next slide, please. So in terms of the application form and the evaluation framework, we have an application form that was included as part of the staff report. It's a standardized form that all requesters or people from the public would like to apply for would have to fill out. There will be a single intake process from February 1st to March 31st each year, where there is an opportunity, if council allows it, for other requests to come forward throughout the year for ad hoc type of requests. There is a specific criteria for what is who and how you can be eligible. It's defined as including type things such as organizational status, minimum existence period. We also require financial statements and a purpose with alignment with our grant policy at this point. I'll note that the annual budget process will identify the maximum amount that council will award in any given year. So as we've just passed the budget for 2024, we do have an amount. It's currently set at $114,000, noting that there is some grants that have already been approved, including the one for the Girl Guides, which is up to a maximum of $13,000. Next slide, please. So here's some of the specific eligibility criteria. You have to be a nonprofit or a not-for-profit organization, so a charitable organization in some way. Of course, we will request some financial documentation, some supporting documents on your organizational structure and the legitimacy of the organization, as well as the charter or constitution. We would like that each applicant expresses the financial need. So it's very clear to members of council that the need is there and is required. We, of course, want it to align with our purpose for the grant policy. So within the grant application, there is very specific information that they can include that will show how it does align with either the strategic initiatives or a social, economic, or environmental benefit to the town. We also ask that the event, if it's an event or a program of sort, that the town is noted as a sponsor and a contributor to that event. Next slide, please. So in terms of the process itself, myself, the treasurer, will lead the intake process, which will include an advertisement on our website, social media, and things like that, so that everybody's aware when the intake process is ready to go. The applications will be supplied on the website as well. Questions about the applications will be directed towards myself or a designate. And a team, or my team, the finance team, will do like a cursory initial review to make sure that those that have applied are actually qualified for the grant and have provided the information required. We will also ask that where in-kind support is requested, that the department head that's responsible, which is often our Parks and Rec people, can confirm that they have the availability to do the work or to provide the products that are being requested. And then it will come down to council's role, which will be to evaluate, score, and award the grants as they see fit. What we see as a process, the process for this will be a SharePoint site where it's easy for everybody to log the score that they have for each portion of the application, and then a summary will be provided to all of council on a consensus basis. Next slide, please. So again, when it comes to the application, you will be awarding up to 30 points over 3 categories. There is the community service profile, so the profile of the actual organization, the financial plan in need, and then also the merit of funding. When it comes to your final recommendations or council's final recommendations, it will include the evaluation from everybody in a consensus way. So it won't show individual scoring, but will show an average of all the scores together. And what staff will do is take those scoring and provide a report, a staff report, giving options to award the grants in a manner that follows the scoring. Next slide, please. There are terms and conditions, of course, that we're applying to the grants as well. There is a final reporting requirement that we are asking does not exceed 1 page. And we just want the recipients to provide us a little bit of detail around the outcomes of the program or initiative that they've completed, or whatever it may be we're funding, to give us an idea where the funds have gone and how much of an impact those funds have had. And of course, there are some terms and conditions that apply to some repayment scenarios where the organization may cease to exist prior to the event or program being completed. Also, if they are no longer a charitable organization and become a for-profit organization. And there's several other terms and conditions that are listed within the report as well. Next slide, please. So I think that wraps it up. That sort of gives you a summary or an overview of what staff are proposing right now as the council grant policy. Looking forward to questions.
Thank you very much, Treasurer. So first I will inquire whether there is anyone online that wishes to speak to this. Okay, then council, questions? Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. Through you to the Treasurer, an excellent document. I think you've thought out just about all the important points about this, but I'd make a couple of suggestions. Number one, in regard to the timeline for council's review, was that February 1st to March 31st or March 1st to March 31st for the time period for applications?
I may, Madam Chair, it is for, the application can be submitted between February 1st and March 31st.
Great. Just as a follow-up to that, if I may, can I suggest the word in cases of exceptional, or in exceptional cases, council may consider applications after that period. The reason being that if we're still allowed to make grants or funds from the discretionary account after March 31st, there might be a natural tendency to try and save back, I don't know, save $10,000 or something for after March 31st grants. So if everyone knows that it would be an exceptional circumstance that we would do that, hopefully it would focus everybody's attention to that one period, because it'd be a shame to hold back, say, $10,000, have an excellent grant application, and then for whatever reason decide, well, maybe we should save some back for an exceptional case and then not get an exceptional case application. You're damned if you do and damned if you don't under this, and I quite recognize that. One more question or comment might be that to circulate this to some of previous years' grantees, I'd be interested in those, and that stakeholder groups' questions or comments as to their response to this process. I think it's excellent, though. Thank you.
Thank you. And council, I have been remiss to ask for a mover and a seconder. No, that's not on you, Councillor Baines. So I will read the recommendation in and ask for a mover and a seconder. With regard to staff report T 2024-02, the recommendation is that staff report the T 2024-02 Council Community Grant Policy be received, and that the Council Community Grant Policy and accompanied grant application substantially in the form attached as Appendix A be adopted. Mover and seconder. Councillor Houston, Councillor Perry. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Chair Doherty, through you to Treasurer Quinlan. I'm not sure if you said it, but I didn't hear it. If you did, and I apologize. When we're doing this point system, are we going to have a ceiling on the amount one group can ask for out of that dollar set aside, or could somebody get in there early enough and ask for it all? I mean, just wondering if there's going to be a ceiling per request.
If I may, Madam Chair. So we did contemplate whether there should be a maximum. We have not included a maximum in the policy right now. There's a couple of reasons, but I'll start out with, I've had in my past had the experience that we've issued one of these policies, and it does, you will get a varying amount of requests, and I think we see that already. Today, we get some that are for 30,000 and then some that are coming for 2,000 or 3,000. We decided not to go with a max, although it's an option to council to include, because we thought we'd sort of ride this out first in the first year and see how the policy works. Let's say, for example, we get, a whole bunch of asks, a lot more than the 100 and some odd thousand that we have available to us this year, then I think an option that I would likely bring forward in a staff report would be to prorate it and give, what we can and help more than less. So that might be a way to look at it. The other thing, and it just left my brain there for a second, was that we felt like, even though we do get those requests within the grant application, council has the right to choose how much they apply to each grant. So we could put a cap in place, but then you might be in the situation where certain organizations actually require, should it be 10,000? Should it be 20,000? In this way, you have control over what you can assign. And there's one final thing that we included here for this year, especially, was for the golf tournament to be sort of like a flagship event that you could use one of the grant applications and apply them as the proceeds for the golf sponsorship or something along those lines. So there's options to do that. Certainly open to council putting a maximum. We just thought it might be best to try and roll this out for a year or two, maybe. And if it comes back that, if somebody was asking for 100,000, for example, there might be, maybe we wouldn't entertain their request at another time, but at any rate, that would be the way we looked at it.
Thank you. Just to follow up, if I may, just on, and it's not real important other than I like the process that you got in place, but how stringent are we going to be on each point of the process? Say at the end when we're requesting that people we sponsored through this grant policy didn't do that one-page summary and kind of let us know where the money went. Would that affect them the following year of receiving any funding if they reapplied?
Good question, Madam Chair. It does. So if you apply and, in a year following that you received funding and you haven't submitted your final report, you are not eligible.
Thank you. Any other Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Chair. And I found reading this one and then reading the next one, I started to think, okay, well, I've got some comments about the mayor's tournament especially, but you've just confirmed what I was thinking. The policy reads that council can deal with the mayor proceeds directly at any point in time. So because of that, I thought, okay, well, I can totally support this particular staff report at this point in time. And then my comments are about the next one, which has specifically to do about the mayor's thing. So a very good report. And I think the system should be a very fair way of allocating.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is great. Thank you very much for the report on this. I was just wondering if there's going to be a time frame when council will decide by after the applications are in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought we did include it, but now I'm wondering if we did in the report. So the thought was that we would have council would provide you with 30 to 45 days. So it would be basically, so March 31st, it would be May 15th, so that the award could happen either at the end of May or early June.
And one of the things on my mind was making sure that if we are going to be deciding who is going to be the beneficiaries or beneficiary of the funds from the Mayor's Golf Tournament, that we have a decision from council in time before the tickets are printed. So I'll just leave that with you.
For sure.
Okay. And also, I wanted to speak in support of not having a limit on the awards because there will be times when there could be a need for a larger amount. And I'm thinking when an organization's trying to get something off the ground, sometimes the first year, actually what's on my mind is the Rainbow Club and our Pride Parade. And I have to say, I've forgotten how much the town contributed to getting that going in the initial year or two. But I think it was fairly substantial. And I don't think, I'd like to have that flexibility, let's just say, as we go forward to be able to help someone get started. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Houston.
Thank you, Chair. Knowing that the process would take us to a point where council is deciding sometime, say around June, how would this work for any grant asks that take place between, or say it's an event that takes place between January and June?
If I may, Madam Chair, you're correct. They wouldn't be able to apply it to that. I suppose they could apply it to the following year. So then for this year, it would be for 2025. One thing we could try and do is limit the application intake date. So instead of being, February 1st to March 15th or March 31st, then it would be just for the month of February, for example, allow council the month of March to approve or not approve, and then we can award in April. That would be an option if that's something that council would like to look at. It's very difficult because it does take time, and I think it takes time with what we've done in the past as well. Sometimes even longer than what we're proposing here. But I hear you. It makes it very difficult if you're planning an event between January and May. You'd have to come the year prior to get the funds in advance. So it is an issue.
Thank you. Follow up?
Yeah, just a quick follow up. Just for clarification. So if with this new policy in place, if an organization came forward and applied in 2024 for something taking place in February 2025, we have the ability to award that, and would that come out of the 2024 allocation or the 2025?
If I may, Madam Chair. Yeah, good question. Good question. I would say, generally, you may be issuing the payment in 2024 at some point. Maybe it's later on in 2024, so it would come out of the 2024 allocation or budget. I think that's the way we would have to go with it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Chair Doherty. Just on that note, generally if somebody's having or knows that they're going to be having something January, February, I'm wondering if maybe a submission date of like December could happen where it could be submitted, and maybe it could be under special arrangements that it's viewed in January or something of that nature. I'm trying to wrap my head around going a year in advance, especially with different budgets. So I'm not sure if that's an option or not, but if somebody's having something in February, they would be planning, or a good indication they would be planning, a few months in advance. So maybe December would be a timeline they could submit. It wouldn't be the same calendar year, but it's something they could submit that council would have it for January, February. Just comment.
Treasurer Quinlan.
So we wanted to limit it to one intake period so that council has the opportunity to weigh all the different requests at the same time. That's sort of how it makes it a little bit more fair instead of having things pop up. And I mean, we can always change the intake period. We're looking at February to March because we thought, the budget's passed. That's one bonus. We know how much money is available. There doesn't mean it can't be changed to a different time, but I think regardless of what time frame we're looking at, we're always going to have this situation where somebody might be planning, in December and don't know about it in February and March. We'll always have sort of this timing issue. I think my recommendation would be if we stuck to the February and March, again, if we haven't given out all of the grants in 1 year, which could happen. It does slow down a little bit when you start to ask for applications, because it's a little bit more work that is required. So I do expect maybe in the first couple of years we'll see maybe a bigger ask, but what I've experienced in the past, not saying it'll continue, it did slow down. And in fact, our council was giving less than what was in the total budget. So then you can pick up on the ad hoc sort of things or the emergency type things. A hurricane happens, or, a tornado, or sorry. So things like that, emergency type situations.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, I just have a couple of comments and questions. The first question is, would it only be council that's scoring these applications? Like, would the relevant department head or yourself or designate also be involved in the scoring?
If I may, no, we will not be. It will be strictly members of council that score the applications.
Okay, thank you. So that's kind of a variation from what we have done with the community, forget the acronym.
CRCG.
Yeah, that's right. Because that is not, council is not involved with those applications.
If I may, no, council is not involved in scoring, but there is a committee that is not staff that score it. Yeah, so we're looking at it as members of council being that committee to compare.
Okay, so that what would members of council then be, would they also be evaluators of that program?
Of the CRCG?
Yeah.
No, CRCG will not change. This is a separate policy.
Great, thank you. I know that we have had some applications. You referred to the Girl Guides, and also CCAT have made an application for funding for this year. Will they have to go through this process?
If I may, Madam Chair, so the only one that went through with a motion to approve was the Girl Guides. So everyone that has come forward, we've let them know that this application process is coming, and that they'll have to fill in the application for this year. So as part of the staff report, I included some next steps here. And what we would do for this year, because of course February 1st is already gone, is we would issue a statement or a release that the application process would happen, and I'm just trying to find my next steps here, between March 1st and April 15th of this year. So we will put this out to the community, if this passes, beginning March 1st, and they'll have till April 15th to submit an application, and then the scoring will begin for members of council.
Thank you. The next comment that I'll make is I'm personally of the view that I would prefer to see ceilings attached to these applications. They would become guidelines, because I'm sure we would make exceptions. But if an organization is trying in their mind as they're doing their budgeting to have an idea of what is the maximum that they could get from this particular grant, it's good to know that it might be, maximum $25,000 or, whatever we ultimately agree on. But I just think to have some kind of a guide would be, I think, more prudent, as opposed to, having someone come and apply for the whole thing. So just a comment there. And then there was some questioning with regard to the duration of the grant period being 12 months. So whether that goes into the next fiscal or not, it would still be 12 months. So someone applying for something that's going to be happening early in 2025 would still be applying in 2024 for that grant.
That's correct. So, for example, if somebody was having an event in up to, say, the end of April of 2025, they would be requesting it as part of this application process. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Okay, those are all my questions. So if there are, Mayor Hamlin.
Yeah, I just have one question arising out of an answer given to one of your questions. I'm just sort of focused on when we'll have to start selling, when we would typically start selling tickets for the Mayor's Golf Tournament, and which is going to be on June the 13th this year. So I just want to make sure whoever can advise when we will start selling tickets, that there'll be enough time to get on the ticket, a decision of council. So I don't know if that can be answered now or if we can deal with that when this comes back to council. I'm happy either way.
Okay. I'm anticipating what those comments are going to be, that maybe we could defer that question to the next item because it is the golf tournament. Yeah.
Yeah, my comment was going to be, I don't want to be making this decision dependent on a mayor's assumption of what's going to happen in the next motion. I'm voting on this one independent of whatever happens on the next one.
Well, I think I should just clarify, like what I'm getting at here is when, I guess maybe my question should have been better phrased. When are we going to make a decision for this year? What will be the deadline?
Pardon me, Madam Chair, if I may.
Yeah.
For the council grants, you mean?
But will that, if council in its wisdom approves the next recommendation, which is to, as I understand it, use this process to allocate funds received. I'm just wondering then when we will make a decision.
So right now, what we have put in here is that we will open up the applications, provided this passes, March 1st to April 15th. So I suspect, if we provided members of council with 2 weeks or 3 weeks to score, depending on how many applications we get, we could likely know something by mid-May. Okay, so it's easing up on there, and I did want to address. There's just been some commentary going on with the DHs or the department heads as we talk about this, if I may, Madam Chair, about the intake period. One thing that has been raised, and I think Councillor Pott raised it to begin with, is what if we have an intake period beginning in December, ending at the end of January, and that helps with the in-year asks rather than have it February to March. To be honest, I was kind of trying to stay as far away from budget period as we could, so that we weren't, intermingling that. But in fairness, it is when the CRCG runs, and maybe it won't be so confusing to the public if we have the same intake period. And it would address Councillor Potts, and I think more than just Councillor Potts, but everybody brought up the issue of what if you're running something in January of the next year? Now, it doesn't help the people, for example, if we ran this December 2023 up to the end of January 2023, if you were running something in January of 2023, you wouldn't know. So you'll always have that situation, but maybe that mitigates it a little bit more. So that's just an option for council to obviously this year, we wouldn't do that. We'll stick to what staff is proposing in terms of, if council approves for next steps. But
thank you. So I'm just going to turn to the clerk for a sec. So there still is some discussion and not final resolution on the timing, and members of council have made comments about a ceiling or not. So should this be amendments, or just it's back to staff to fine tune? Okay. So the first item that has been discussed is the application period. So we've had anywhere from January to March that the applications would come in. Would there be an amendment on the floor to fix a date for staff to consider as part of the final report, Deputy Mayor?
At this point in time, I would prefer to stay with what staff has suggested for the reasons that they've outlined. And this is the first time we're doing this, and we do recognize we're getting into it a little bit. It would have been better to do the end of the year, but it is what it is. And to Councillor Jeffrey's point earlier, and what I pointed out, it says right in there that we can decide to on the mayor's tournament whenever we want to. So I don't think there's amendments required. I'm as I say, what staff's proposed from a timing standpoint, I think is meant to work to the benefit of all. And there may be some hiccups in that initial stage, but we can adapt if that's the case and make a change at the time. But I'll listen to whatever anybody else has to say.
Any other comments, Councillor Baines?
I respectfully disagree with the Deputy Mayor and agree with Councillor Potts' suggestion. I would like to move an amendment for December 1st to January 15th as the time period because I think it focuses all the groups, community groups that would be applying their attention to the fact that this would be for the next fiscal year starting 2024 or whatever was it this year, or 2025 from December to January 15th. I think it's a clearer focus for all the groups as well. And it frankly clears that up for, hold on a second. I'll just put that out there as an amendment right now. Thank you.
Okay, so if I can just clarify, Councillor Baines, so are you suggesting December 1st, 2024 to
for fiscal 25? Yes.
And what about this year?
Leave it as the treasurer is recommending, I think.
Okay, so when would the intake be for 2025? So are you suggesting we do 2 intakes?
If I may, Madam Chair. So I think what Councillor Baines is discussing is essentially, yes, we'll have a second period, but we're going to have that situation. I mean, it's a little bit earlier before 12 months are up anyways, because 2025 would open for in February 1st of next year. So we would run the 2024 allocation and I think the earliest would be March 1st to April 15th would probably be the earliest we could do. And then the 2025 application intake process from December 1st, suggestion is to January 15th. I wondered if you would be okay if we tried to align it exactly with the CRCG intake process so that people don't get confused between the 2 dates.
And the CRC intake process is?
December 1st to...
through you, Chair, March 9th.
Ooh.
Oh, March 9th.
My February 9th.
February 9th. Okay. Or that may be too long.
Oh, okay. So an amendment on the floor to adjust the 2025 intake from December 1st to February 9th. Same as CRCG. Okay, so we have a seconder, Mayor Hamlin.
Sorry, through the chair, just for clarification purposes, is it always February 9th or does that date sometimes become in flux? I'm wondering if the resolution should be in alignment with the CRGC because I don't think they're going to change that. I understand through the director that it's an accepted time period at this point. So I'm looking at Director Collver. That's okay. Is February 9th the consistent time, or should we just say in alignment with the CRGC?
So yeah, through you, Chair, I would actually recommend that there's some flexibility built in because you don't really want to open up it on a Sunday, for example, or a holiday. We set it up to make it an understandable range of time. But I think beginning of December to beginning of February, and staff could work with that.
So well, I'll turn it over to the mover, but you can fix a date, or you can simply say in alignment.
In alignment
Yes,
with
with CRC.
Thank you.
CRCG. Yeah. Okay, so, and we still have a seconder on that? Oh, Mayor Hamlin, and a comment from Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Chair Doherty. Just through you to the treasurer. So in this case, is the deadline, like, let's just say February 9th, is that when they get opened up at that point, or is it through the course of December and January? Let's just take the slim chance somebody's having something in the second week of January and we're waiting till the end of January. Would it be kind of reviewed as they come in to kind of monitor them, or is it nothing opens until the deadline?
If I may, Madam Chair, there's nothing that says we can't open them, but the scoring itself is meant to be all together so that you can weigh, in some ways, application against application. So, if I think what we could do is, and again, we'll have this issue no matter what time frame we do it, but I think what we could do is say, if there are some that perhaps have a January date, that those are flagged for council for initial consideration, or there's some flexibility for us to deal with them. I just don't know what that might be yet, but just add some flexibility to it so that you can deal with them in some way. I don't know what that is yet, but I'm sure we can figure something out.
Okay, so we have a mover, seconder to align the application timing with the CRCG. Any other comments or questions? Okay, I'll call the vote on the amendment then. All in favor? And that's unanimous. And Councillor Jeffrey.
I just have a question. I don't know if it makes sense or not, but is it possible to have our budget amount, have the grants and council amount, and then this gap amount that you would still have to score on? If we don't budget for it, then we have to start asking, where can we find it? And do we have enough money? But I don't think it's fair if our timing doesn't work for the whole community. And I think it is going to be a little difficult. So if we take that grant council amount, we have this gap amount we know doesn't get touched in this amount, just in case we have something that comes up, but it still has to be scored. I don't know.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Treasurer Quinlan.
So, certainly that would be up to council to say, we'd like to reserve a certain portion of the budget each year to apply to ad hoc requests. I think what you get, just to be careful that what will end up happening is people will move away from the intake period. So you won't have the opportunity to weigh everybody together at the same time and be really transparent and clear. I think I totally hear you. It's difficult when it comes to the timing. So one other thing that's come into mind is, maybe it should be previous to the end of the year so that it applies to next year. Now that won't align with CRCG, but it would get away from the issues we're talking about if somebody's having an event January 1st or January 5th. Don't love the idea because, with CRCG, we if we matched and we're exactly the same, then, they're mutually exclusive. You can't apply for both. You apply for one or the other. So that helps from that perspective. But again, if you really wanted to get away from that, from having any sort of, it's not working for the people that have an event in January, I think that would be the only way to do that. The second part I would say is, though, people will get their stuff together if they know there's an intake process and that they can only apply for that intake process. Now, they might be in advance and be applying for the money in 2025 that they're going to use in 2026, but that doesn't exclude them from doing it, from doing the work. So at some point it catches up with itself. So you might have, and again, we don't know, you don't have to give out all of the money that's available right away. You could all say, we want to keep 20,000 aside or 10,000 because there will be emergency type situations that come up. But yeah, if you get too much of a gap fund, I feel like then people don't respect the process a little bit.
Yeah. Thank you. And I'm kind of inclined to agree with the treasurer. If, you know, an organization kind of can't, they're not trying to be trite, but get their act together when they know that they've got something coming up, then yeah, shame on them. And I'm going to actually turn the chair over to the vice chair because I would like to put an amendment on the floor as well. Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Chair Doherty. You want to make a further amendment? You want to speak on it first or last?
And the amendment would be that the funding ceiling for each application would be $25,000. Would there be a seconder? Oh, sorry.
I'm not going to ask that. Would there be a seconder to that amendment? Seeing none, that's as far as it goes.
Okay, all right then. So any other amendments? All right, then I'll call a vote on the resolution as amended. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Now, we have the next item. We're at 22. Yeah. So we will take our 30-minute recess now. So we'll reconvene at 10 after 5. Committee? Thank you. So we will move on to the next item, which is the Mayor's Golf Challenge 2024 beneficiaries. And there will be a presentation. I think Director Collver, you will be making a presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Not really a presentation as much as just speaking to the report. So as the report reads, the policy FIN 006-06 regarding the Mayor's Golf Challenge Reserve currently requires that a decision by council is made every year regarding where the proceeds of the event are placed for charitable impacts. As council is considered a council grant policy, it made sense to staff that this process can provide the answer to the policy for the foreseeable future. In arriving at this recommendation, staff took into consideration such things as past recipients, all who have benefited previously are eligible under the new council grants policy, ensuring an approach that provides for fairness and variability of the distribution of proceeds, and the development of a renewed track record of positive community impacts made by the event following its 4-year hiatus since 2019. So with that in mind, the recommendation is that that the proceeds be referred to the council grant policy.
Okay, thank you. Would there be anyone online or online that would, okay, and anyone in the gallery that would like to make comment? Okay, that being the case, I will read the recommendation in. That staff report PRC 2024-01 Mayor's Golf Challenge 2024 beneficiary be received, and that council approves the proceeds of the 2024 Mayor's Golf Challenge be added to the council grants and donation budget and dispersed according to the council grant policy, and that council approves an update to policy FIN 006-06 Mayor's Golf Challenge Reserve to direct surplus tournament funds to the council grants and donations budget annually. Mover and seconder. Councillor Baines, Mayor Hamlin. And I'll turn it over for comments and questions. Councillor Jeffries.
There's only one of me, Jeffrey.
I know.
Sorry. First of all, I'd like them all severed. And secondly, I went through this in 2006 as well. This is a demographic we do not look after anywhere else. The legacy that they have left in our community in terms of Special Olympics and even the parasport in 2008 is, I think, something that we need to protect and support. And I think that Special Olympics have always reciprocated in the golf tournament in terms of volunteers and helping. And I think the people who supported the tournament really supported the Special Olympics organization locally and how it got divvied up. So I've asked for it to be said. I don't like to disagree with staff, but in this case, I really feel like I need to protect the Special Olympics legacy that we've created with the tournament. And, I would be quite prepared to cap it because I know that the tournament can be quite successful. So where my thoughts have been going in an amendment I'd like to have the opportunity to propose would be to split the proceeds of the golf tournament 70% Special Olympics as the formula has been done in the past, and that 30% would move over to the council grants program that we just approved at the previous adoption. So I'll listen to everyone else, but I honestly believe that we really need to keep supporting the Special Olympic entity within our community. It's why we went through all of that worlds and supporting the worlds and that's where those sporting events came to Collingwood and how they started. And so I'm passionate about it and I will defend it to the bitter end. And I really hope that the mayor wasn't serious about that I'm not wise because I may not support her intentions.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey.
Sorry, what was that?
Sorry, through you, Chair. Yeah, your previous comment was that in council's wisdom, they'll approve this. So it doesn't mean I'm not wise. It just means I disagree.
Would there be a seconder for that amendment, Councillor Potts? Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. And I have a similar view, especially this first time when we're getting back into things. I felt and I heard what Mayor Hamlin was saying previously about the concern about getting a decision made because we do need to get out there. June isn't that far away. So I was thinking about the fact that Special Olympics, from the detail that the staff had provided, it's about $25,000 a year that they had been able to get from the proceeds of the tournament, and they haven't had it for the last few years. And I remember speaking with some of the committee members at the awards event last year, and how they've been able to get by, but they really were thinking, we didn't know for sure what we were going to do, so we didn't make any commitments. But I do believe that in the circumstances, with it now being into the latter part of February, we need to make a decision, and I supported going to Special Olympics. The other thing I think about it is, you need to have your tournament, and you need to have an organization that is going to. I think that the participants look forward to that part of things as a participant in some of the golf tournaments I've been in. And so the other thing I was going to note about was in the particular case of one of the questions I asked about was, and staff responded that staff do spend time on this. It's not considered as an in-kind, though, because it is within the budget scope of the year. So the work that they're doing, but most likely there's volunteer time too. And so I think it wouldn't be a bad idea if there was a way to track that kind of cost of doing it. And if we do get into maybe a net situation down the road where we can say, because it is a cost, and if we're looking at net proceeds going, then we take that into account and maybe be able to keep a little bit more in the in-kind area that could be for those emergency situations where somebody comes up. So I do support the amendment going forward.
Thank you. Mayor Hamlin.
Hi, thank you. I'm going to take a different view. I'll start by saying I'm very much in support of Special Olympics and for the town continuing to provide some support. But I feel that the motion before us is asking us to decide now where we're going to allocate funds, as opposed to using the process we've set out for every other organization that's going to come forward for support. And I think, I would like to see some of the questions answered that are going to be asked for in the application process. Where else are you seeking funding from? Where does it go to? What are your financial statements? I just think it behooves us to put everything on a level playing field. And it may be if they say they need 25,000 every year, we're going to step up. But I don't know why, if we're setting up a fair and transparent approach, that we wouldn't include them in this. I'm also somewhat concerned that there would be an organization of any kind that through this process would be totally reliant on the towns supporting them, because there's lots of other charities in town, of course, that individuals may support that are worthwhile. But we wouldn't want the town to be, being the sole supporter. The other thing I was happy to hear Councillor Jeffrey mention parasports, because I have been approached to support, things that would allow them to raise funds in our community. So I think I would just like to see everything dealt with at one time. And as I say, I'm very much in support of making sure we, give assistance to our Special Olympics. But I would just like to see it go into the pot with everything.
Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I too would not support this amendment for the reasons actually the mayor spoke to. I myself, presumably, like many of the applications that will become for us and becoming before us in the future, need a bit of a sales pitch on the specifics of where the Special Olympics funding for this potential request would be actually going to. I mean, it's been quite a while. And I'm loath at this point to give sort of a, well, it sounds very cold, a blank check to them now without having heard the whole story. And I think this 4-year hiatus represents an opportunity for this council to establish sort of a new order for how we dispense these precious dollars to so many worthy causes. I'm not saying I don't support the Special Olympics. Indeed, I have in the past and will again in the future. But I just think for this council at this time, for this event, I'm not in support of this amendment at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baines. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you. Just to respond, I think the intent of the amendment was number one, I've removed it from 100% and moved it to 70%. And it's also something that we would be looking at on an annual basis. And we will require that kind of information from the Special Olympic organizations as to how they subsidize their year, where our funds applied into it before you make your vote for the next year. I'm not saying we're just giving them a blank check and that we're going to be irresponsible. I don't, not possible to be irresponsible by donating it to them. But I'm saying what we're doing is we're shifting the pendulum right now. We've gone from 100. I'm proposing to go from 100 to 70. Make them come into line with the paperwork we require everywhere else. And then next year we can give it another view and maybe we decide it goes to 50%. I do agree with the mayor that sometimes we cannot develop those situations where organizations become reliant on us, but we also have a significant investment in that those persons and people competing and having access to sport within our community. And I wouldn't want to jeopardize it at all. So I think this is my way of saying not 100%, but we're going to start moving toward, and then they can start doing the paperwork the same as everyone else in terms of asking out of the tournament the next year.
Any other comments? So this is a tough one, and I really thought about this long and hard. But I am inclined to support Councillor Jeffrey's recommendation in that Special Olympics have for many, many years been the recipient of the proceeds of the golf tournament, and have been hard pressed over the past 4 years because it was a relatively secure source of revenue that they weren't getting. And given the timing, we're asking a group of volunteer organizers to scramble to get an application in, and council hasn't even voted on the final application form yet. So there's that. So I would support this motion. I would suggest a friendly amendment, if I may, just for fiscal 2024. Just add that at the end for fiscal 2024. And as we get our feet wet with this whole new process of allocating funding for our various not-for-profits and charities. So you would accept that friendly amendment?
Yeah, because I was foreseeing an annual review in any event. I don't think it's something we would just lock in now for the rest of our term. So there would be a review in any event. So.
Okay, so I'm just going to have to review this to see what we Okay. Oh, sorry, Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Chair Doherty. If this passes, is there any way that it's made clear for this coming year anyways, if this does pass, this amendment, to the Special Olympics that it will be on a review basis? It's not automatic year after year. And I always thought that that's what the mayor's tournament was basically a fundraiser for, was specifically for Special Olympics. As I had known for I don't know how many years that's where the proceeds went, and I thought it was just automatic. So it didn't bother me as much to support them, because that's what we've always done. But so I can support the amendment as presented here today.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments or questions? Okay, so we've had a request to sever this motion. I will read out the motion in parts and we will vote accordingly. So first, that the staff report. Oh,
I think we have the amendment on the floor because we had a mover and a seconder, but okay, so we can vote on that paragraph first.
Do we not have to? Do we not have to disapprove the original part of the original?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right, then. Let's vote on the amendment then, and I will read it out again. Oh, were you wanting to make comment, Councillor Ring?
Just on the comment that it is your suggestion of a friendly amendment that we include the 2024 fiscal year. Is it in there?
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Apologize.
Okay, I will read out the amendment then. And that council approves 70% of the proceeds of the 2024 Mayor's Golf Challenge be dedicated to Special Olympics, and the remaining 30% of the proceeds be added to the council grants and donations budget and dispersed according to the council grant policy. Call the vote. All in favor? 1, 2, 3.
Wrong color, green.
Okay, and opposed? Noted. Okay, so then moving back to the original motion, the clerk is just revising the motion. That staff report PRC 2024-01 Mayor's Golf Challenge 2024 beneficiaries be received. Yeah, we still. I still think.
I don't think we need to sever them other than in the third paragraph. It would be that we're approving an update to the policy to direct a portion of the surplus tournament funds to the council grants and donation budget. Right, because I think we're only directing part of the surplus. 2024, yes.
Okay, so we don't. Actually, don't even. We don't even try to call actually. Oh, Director Collver.
Sorry, through you, Chair. I actually, I think you might be cleanest to just remove the third part of the motion, because the current policy actually does direct an annual review. If we're coming back to talk about who's going to get the 70%, we might as well just confirm the 30%, or if the percentage changes. So if just removing the third would be the cleanest way to go, in my opinion.
Okay, so, and that's what I was thinking. The third paragraph is really not necessary now. So I will read out the entire motion as amended, that staff report PRC 2024-01 Mayor's Golf Tournament 2024 beneficiaries be received, and that council approves 70% of the proceeds of the 2024 Mayor's Golf Challenge be dedicated to Special Olympics, and the remaining 30% of the proceeds be added to the council grants and donations budget and dispersed according to the council grant policy. All in favor? And that passes. Good. Clerk Collins.
I should note, so the mover and seconder of the original motion was Councillor Baines and Mayor Hamlin. So they would have to agree that they are confident to withdraw that last paragraph of that motion.
I submit to the will of council.
Okay. That's all we
Okay.
need. Good.
Okay. Good. Thank you. Oh, CAO Skinner.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity, I wanted to note as well the 30% surplus funds that would, after the tournament, when we knew what the surplus was, the proceeds, net funds, went to the council grants. That would be for the 2025 edition. Okay, that was my general understanding. I wanted to make sure that was also council's. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then, moving on, our next item is PW 2024-04, Drinking Water Systems Backflow Prevention and Cross-Connection Control Subservice Update. And Director Slama, I believe you have a presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a presentation this evening, but I will speak to the report and give a bit of a summary. The town implemented a drinking water backflow and cross-connection prevention bylaw in 2017 and currently have a 95% compliance rate. Over the years, staff have heard many different opinions on the backflow prevention bylaw and its application throughout the town. Generally, the public are not aware of the hazards related to the potential for siphoning, cross connections to non-potable substances, or other ways that contaminated water can be pushed into our drinking water system. And this bylaw works to significantly reduce those risks. Staff are also cognizant that council have heard opinions from property owners to which the bylaw applies. And right now our bylaw applies to all industrial, commercial, institutional, and multi-residential buildings, and as well as residential irrigation systems. In starting the process of reviewing the bylaw with the intention to recommend changes and improvements, staff would like to confirm council's agreement on the purpose for the bylaw and to receive direction on the proposed bylaw changes to bring forward in a future report. Several options are reviewed in the report. Staff recommend bylaw amendments that would result in the following changes. Incorporate the administrative fees in the water rates, since the installation of cross-contamination control devices protect the water system for all users. As a side note, the water rates are currently under study, so this is a good time for this change to be evaluated by our financial consultant. Second, recommendation is greater clarity that the requirements are related to the hazards or risks present at the premises and connected to the type of activity at the premises. They are not connected to the land use zoning. Third recommendation is to reduce the scope for residential premises and remove the requirement related to irrigation systems using town water. And the last one is to amend wording to allow for the use of administrative monetary penalties, or AMPs, for non-compliance penalties. And this would be wording that could be used once the town's implementation of AMPs is expanded through the bylaw service. So these changes are anticipated to result in clarity of the bylaw's application, more favorable compliance, and efficiency in administration, recognizing there will be a modest shift in some of the administration duties to bylaw at the time of AMP's implementation. Following council's direction today, staff will bring forward changes to the bylaw for council to consider and adopt if approved.
Very good. Thank you, Director Slama. Is there anyone in the gallery that wishes to comment on this staff report? No. Is there anyone online? Thank you, Clerk Almas. Okay, that being the case, I will read the recommendation in and ask for a mover and seconder. That staff report PW 2024-04, drinking water system backflow prevention and cross-connection control subservice update be received. And that staff report back to council with proposed amendments to the backflow prevention and cross-connection control bylaw number 2017-056 to implement the following options. Option 2, to redirection of administration fees to system user rates. Option 3, clarify that the applicability of the bylaw to premises is based on activities. Option 5, reduce the scope of the bylaw to remove residential properties with irrigation systems. And option 6, modify penalties to include fees and charges for minor non-compliances. And that the 2024 water rate study incorporate administrative costs associated with the implementation of the backflow prevention and cross-connection control bylaw. May I have a mover and a seconder? Deputy Mayor Breyer, Councillor Baines. Comments, questions? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I'm definitely in support of the backflow and cross-connection policy and the changes proposed. It definitely helps reduce the risk to Collingwood's drinking water system quality. I was thinking of the report detail, and I started to think about it from a larger picture on water rates in general. So I just wanted to ask through you, if I could, to Director Slama, just confirmation of the timing of when they expect the water rate study to be completed, and just a refresher on how much the cost of that is within the 2024 budget.
Okay, and I believe Treasurer Quinlan can answer that question with regard to the water rate study anyway.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. Yeah, so the timing of the water rate study, the kickoff meetings begin at the beginning of March, and the expectation is that the rates will be completed by the end of September for use in January of 2025. The cost of the study, and I don't know off the top of my head, but I believe is in the neighborhood of $25,000.
Just to follow up about my thoughts, because this is something I understand that it would be good to apply the charge because it's specific to a particular area. But as the report points out, it's understood that this helps the overall users from a risk standpoint. So I support it. But whenever we're making adjustment to one specific category, and that's the industrial, commercial, and institutional, I'm thinking about other aspects of how to look at the bigger picture. And I've commented a few times during our term that I would like to see us take a look at the storm sewer from a user fee standpoint. And I'm not going to go into any further detail right now. I'm going to put some thought to it, but I do intend on coming back with something fairly shortly and putting a motion on the table, but not a notice of motion right now. I do feel like when I see these changes, I think that we should be considering the whole picture as well. So thank you. But I'm in support of the measure for sure.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you. I'm very much in support of this. Certainly I've heard, let me just put it this way. This is a very common sense answer to a lot of the issues that many people in our community have had with this program. And I'm very happy to see that it's going to be based on activities, which is there cross-contamination possibly happening to our water supply? If so, you need a backflow prevention system as opposed to your zone for commercial. Put this system in, and because it's very expensive to implement and to have it monitored annually. So I believe that all of these things are great, and I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, yeah, I too think this is a great report and we're definitely moving in the right direction. I just need clarification to know for sure what this means. It means that the people that are paying by the transfer of the administration costs to the user rates, it means all those people aren't paying that $50 a year each. And are they still calling in a plumber every year? I just need to know. I need to be clear.
Through you to
Director Slama, please.
Yeah, through me. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, through you to Councillor Jeffrey. So there is still the requirement for the devices to be tested annually. What we are saying is that, yeah, the annual costs to the property owners to submit documentation to the town, that is what would be transferred to the rate base.
Yeah, that's great, because the example that was always given to me by some of the people is that under the fire code, they're required, they don't pay the fire department to come out and check it, but there's a fine if they haven't done what they needed to do when they are inspected. So I think this is moving to, like's been said here, it is more common sense. So really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Well, I certainly echo the comments around the table, and I think that our commercial and industrial base will welcome these changes for sure. So seeing no further discussion, I will call the vote. Did I get a mover and seconder? Yes, I did. Yeah. I'll call the vote on that. All in favor. And that carries unanimously. Thank you. All right. Moving on. The delegation of authority update. And Clerk Almus, you are presenting.
All right, we can move to our first slide. As part of the detailed council orientation program in 2023, it was important to ensure that council and the public understand what delegation of authority is and how it is applied. The matter was included in the June 5th council meeting, wherein council requested a detailed report back outlining delegated authorities in place, the reasons for them, and highlight, if any, those put in place regarding the global pandemic and still in effect, with a view to considering a potential change if deemed appropriate. The review of existing delegations is included based on recommended changes to the existing policy, as well as a municipal scan of other municipal delegation of authority bylaws that have been reviewed by department heads and recommended for inclusion. Solicitor advice was also sought on the best format for council's delegations of authority, as some municipalities have delegated very broad overarching powers to staff versus specific delegations. And as our solicitor has confirmed, having specific provisions identified in a schedule to a bylaw will assist both council and staff to ensure there's clarity on what is delegated to mitigate any potential risk and liability. Next slide. Delegation of authority in the municipal context is well established as both a necessary and useful tool to allow for the effective and efficient management of municipal affairs. It allows staff to exercise judgment where appropriate based on their professional training, accreditation, and expertise. The Municipal Act 2001 grants broad authorization to councils to delegate administrative and operational powers and duties. It prescribes certain rules, including that delegation may be subject to conditions and limits imposed by council and revoked at any time unless specifically limited by the delegation bylaw itself. Councils cannot delegate core functions such as imposing taxes, approving municipal budgets, adopting or amending official plans or zoning bylaws, or other powers as prescribed. Next slide. There are a number of advantages to the delegation of certain powers. There's clear focus, with some decision-making delegated to others. Council will have more time to focus on more strategic issues and directions. There's better use of expertise. Individuals and groups with delegated authorities will in many cases be closer to the action and have more specialized expertise to make the right decisions and take appropriate actions. And additionally, it could be a faster response. The delegation of authority away from a centralized municipal council process may relieve bottlenecks and speed up the decision-making process. However, all delegation of power shall be in effect by council by bylaw or by council resolution. If not delegated, that power remains with council, and council may at any time revoke a delegation of power or authority. Next slide. General provisions. The general provisions, roles, and responsibilities identified in Collingwood's bylaw policy are limited to administrative power only and not legislative. Delegated authority through this bylaw does not diminish, restrict, or reduce any authority delegated to any officer or employee by any other bylaw, statute, regulation, or as otherwise provided by bylaw. All delegations of administrative power granted to delegates under this policy shall be limited to their respective departmental function and shall be granted only to the CAO or department heads or as otherwise specified in Schedule A of the bylaw or other bylaw or legislation. You will note that the recommended updates are being proposed that indicate where the designate has been permitted in certain circumstance. It shall be permitted only if the delegate has documented the designated powers in writing. Where delegated authority involves the expenditure of funds and or commitment of resources, the delegated authority must be exercised within the council-approved budget. Delegates shall ensure the consistent and equitable application of council policies and guidelines. Should a matter arise that has been previously delegated by council that a delegate or CAO to be significant in nature, it shall be reported at the next appropriate meeting of council. Staff may also choose not to utilize their authority and have council consider and decide on the matter. And delegates shall exercise their authority responsibly and shall be accountable and responsible for their actions. If a delegate has a conflict of interest related to a delegated authority, then that delegate must not exercise their authority and must forthwith report that conflict of interest to the CAO or council. All powers exercised in writing shall be maintained in accordance with approved records retention policies. Next slide. Council has enacted a specific delegation of powers bylaw, and that's bylaw 2020-059, to cover a full range of duties. However, council through various other bylaws also inherently delegates certain authority to various officers or staff of the corporation to undertake various tasks. Such as the CA roles and responsibility, which now incorporates the provisions of the lame duck delegations, which is equivalent to the restricted acts after nomination day legislation, the procurement bylaw, COVID delegations. And to maintain good governance, there are policies and regulatory bylaws that also define staff responsibilities. These are in existing administrative controls to ensure the clear delineation of various activities as approved by council. These policies and bylaws include emergency management, our procedural bylaw, our sign bylaw, some financial management policies, the site plan control approvals, heritage permits, and conditional building permits. Next slide. The current delegation of authority bylaw, these next two slides identify some of the specific delegations included in the delegated authority bylaw. Authority to designate events as municipally significant for the purpose of special occasion permits and other alcohol use or consumption related permits. Inclement weather. Correspondence or documents required to implement an action or decision of council, executing contracts, insurance settlements, executing documents related to town's bank accounts, execute applications for federal, provincial funding or subsidy programs, grant permits or permit applications. Next slide. Applying for permit applications through agencies or governmental authorities, minor land conveyances, encroachments or easement documents or land title clearances, executing minor site plan or subdivision agreement amendments. I believe this is one that we're recommending an amendment to that we'll get to shortly. Applying for short form wording, signing minutes of settlements for matters that are before the assessment review or now the OLT. For fire risk and safety management plans and the remainder of the list. It is important to note that although some of the tasks seem like routine tasks and more operational in nature, if the town was ever involved in litigation, it is usually one of the first technicalities that are identified. Who exercised that power or authority, and where is proof that that power or authority was appropriately granted? Again, this is important in our risk reduction and mitigating liability. The next significant bylaw that has delegation authorities within it is our next slide. So this is our CAO's roles and responsibility bylaw. As recommended through the judicial inquiry, a bylaw clearly establishing the authority, roles, and responsibilities of the chief administrative officer is critical in municipal governance. Unlike the duties of the mayor being provided for in the procedural bylaw, it is best practice that a separate and specific bylaw be implemented for duties, roles, and responsibilities of a CAO. Key provisions of a CAO within our CAO roles and responsibility bylaw include the ability to appoint temporary acting CAO in their absence, establish or amend and implement administrative policies and procedures, including administration of employees, approve over expenditures within the operating or capital budget, but at no time may the CAO authorize cumulative operating or capital expenditures in excess of the approved total operating and capital budgets, superseding previous financial policies. Establish the structure of the municipality, including the creation, and again, sorry, this is of administration, including the creation, merger, elimination, or reorganization of divisions and departments, and establishing a managerial hierarchy. Coordinating administrative amendments to all town policies to reflect any organizational changes that impact delegated authority. During lame duck, dispose of any real property or personal property of the municipal corporation, which has a value exceeding $50,000 at the time of disposal, where the disposition has not been subject to an agreement previously approved by council. Award contracts to acquire goods and services valued in excess of $2 million if the expense was approved in the annual budget and in compliance with the established procurement bylaw, and incur liabilities in excess of $50,000 where these liabilities have not been included in the approved annual budget. On our next slide. During the COVID pandemic, a number of powers were delegated to the CAO to ensure timely response to changing restrictions. These included various actions for programs, services, facilities, and operations, as well as any matters deemed appropriate and minor in nature. All COVID delegations are no longer in effect by staff following the end of the pandemic as instituted by the province, county, and health unit. Next slide. During our review, we had a number of recommended additions to the bylaw for council's consideration. So going through these, every recommendation for council's consideration does have a number. So to assist procedurally when that comes about, if there's one specific that you don't agree with, we can ask that item be severed. So the recommendations that are provided today, first of all, include authority be given to the clerk or deputy clerk for the updating of the delegation of authority schedules, subject to council approval of a bylaw, policy, or decision delegating authority for a specific and ongoing function. And the rationale for this is that it's valuable to ensure that the delegation of authority bylaw is comprehensive rather than a multitude of different bylaws and policies that are out there. In every staff report, there's a component of the staff report that identifies a next step. And as long as it's clear that council understands that they are delegating that authority and it's noted as a next step that the delegation of authority needs to be updated, then the clerk or the deputy clerk would have that authority to ensure that the schedule is updated in the current bylaw. Recommendation number 2, apply for, negotiate, enter into, and execute grant applications and applications for federal, provincial, or other grant funding to the town where projects have been approved within the annual budget. And it is recommended this be delegated to our treasurer or CAO. Where grants are available, there are often shortened and or quick turnaround times. Having this authority would assist staff greatly in meeting these timelines. Adding the detail that this is only permissible where projects have been approved in the annual budget provides that council must first approve a capital project prior to applying for a grant and mitigates the risk of a project moving forward without council approval. The third recommended addition is the ability to negotiate, enter into, and execute boundary road and maintenance agreements, including renewals and amendments of such agreements. And this would be directed to the Director of Public Works, Engineering, Environmental Services, or the CAO. And again, this would be these agreements would be agreements that are already in place for minimum maintenance road standards. Again, the rationale that the town border roads hold different and sometimes shared ownership. The town also has connecting link authority through the MTO for Highway 26 between Beechwood Road and Oser Bluff Road. Road maintenance agreements allow for the consideration of mutually beneficial and efficient operations. Staff would negotiate the tasks and share costs in the best interest of the town. The fourth recommendation is from time to time, the authority to introduce new or adjusted fees related to facility rentals, programs, or facilities in addition to promotional offers. This would be delegated to the Director of Parks, Recreation, and Culture, or the CAO. And the rationale is as a result of a new or adjusted service or recreation initiative added to the operations, it may be necessary to establish a new fee or rate. In accordance with the Municipal Act 2001, fees and services must be set pursuant to Section 394 and not cover more than the cost to provide the service. Additionally, the fee or rate shall be included in the next annual fee review of council and updated in council's bylaw for the annual fee rate changes. Our next slide. Recommendation number 5 is our signing authority for checks and electronic funds. We're recommending that be delegated to the treasurer and CAO or documented designate. So that is a designate that's provided in writing with designates not having a direct report to one another. The rationale for this request is having dual signatures on checks adds security to the financial transaction. It also adds a layer of scrutiny and reduces the risk of unauthorized payments. Having 2 signatures from members of staff can provide several benefits, including a deeper understanding of financial transactions and more direct knowledge of payment needs within the organization, as well as improving efficiency and payment processing. By approving this, we would be looking at repealing Section 2 of the current bylaw for the signing of checks provision, and that's bylaw 2014-098. It's also to note that there was a jurisdictional scan undertaking, and there is a number of municipalities that have removed some of the requirements that we have in place right now. It's also noted too that some use automatic stamps for individuals, but we still are requiring a person to 2 individuals to actually sign the document. Recommendation number 6 is approval of a 30-day emergency extension to the lapsing date of approved draft plans of subdivision/condominium descriptions, where there's an application for an extension has been submitted to the landowner and is under review by the town and or agencies. This is delegated to the Director of Planning, Building, and Economic Development or designate. Extensions of it, and the rationale is extensions of draft plan approval applications represent the municipality's opportunity to ensure that current policies, regulations, and standards are applied to the proposal, including where necessary updates to continue to conditions of draft approval or site design or to withdraw approval. The appropriate level of review by both internal and external agencies is resource intensive and is not governed and has not governed have formal timelines under the Planning Act, meaning applicants can apply for very close to the date that draft plan is set to lapse. Therefore, staff are requesting delegated authority to issue consecutive emergency 30-day extensions up to 180 days per application to allow for a thorough technical review and staff report to be completed. The ultimate decision of an extension of a draft approved plans would be retained by council. Number 7, providing letters of support for grants, local business or other organizations. This is being requested to be delegated to the clerk and/or CAO or department heads or their designate. Letters from the municipality are frequently requested to support local organizations and businesses as they apply for grants or similar opportunities. Timelines are often tight and provided that no budget allocation is required and the outcome aligns with key policy documents, it would be advantageous for staff delegated authority to be provided. This would allow the municipality to be nimble in efforts to assist the local community, and staff could provide operational updates to council as needed. And the last addition, corporate negotiating committee. So this is regarding negotiating and executing collective agreements, including minutes of settlement and contracts, arbitration grievances, and interpretation matters, including the ability to add and remove bargaining committee members. And this would be delegated to corporate negotiating committee, including the manager of HR and the fire chief or director of public works and engineering, where the current unions exist. Collective agreement negotiations are held between the union, determining negotiating members and the corporate negotiating team members as negotiating contract particulars within the mandate are agreed to by council. Council retains the ratification of all final agreements and authorization bylaws. Once a collective agreement is ratified, the department manager or manager of HR work with the union steward and national representative to discuss the interpretation matters and grievances in accordance with the processes outlined in the collective agreement, which includes set timelines, matters related to the division operations and corporate policy, which guide management positions. And our next slide. These are recommended changes to the current bylaw. So these are not additions, just updates to what we had previously had. So the first one, recommendation number 9, is removing it was noted in our existing bylaw that planning documents notices are executed and they are not executed, they are issued. So we would remove the execute, add issue, and note between the planning department and or director of planning, building, and economic development, the two as both department heads can both collect comments. One of the reasons why this was provided is that currently, in accordance with the Planning Act requirements, the clerk is actually noted 103 times in the Planning Act for notice requirements, and we're recommending that we ensure that the planning services also has a role within that as well, knowing that the clerk is always obligated to fill those duties regardless as it's legislated. Number 10, delegate. 10 is the delegate being changed to the clerk and or CAO and add designate. And this relates to correspondence or documents required to implement an action or decision of council. Number 11, we've added to the matter about executing contracts, agreements, and leases. We have indicated that this also includes to implement land use planning decisions of council or the committee of adjustment. Planning thought that that would make an appropriate and clear recommendation for their staff moving forward with delegated authority. Next slide. This one is pretty self-explanatory. We have indicated everything in red is what's being added. Everything with a strike through is what's being removed. So in this one, the delegation is for executing land conveyances, encroachments, hoarding, crane swing construction agreements, easement documents, or land title clearance, including register plans or similar materials associated with the development and review and approval process. And so the delegates have been updated to include the CAO, as well as the Director of Public Works, Engineering, and Environmental Services, or documented designate. Just to provide further clarification about the documented designate. So this means that if there is a director or the CAO that is away temporarily, that doesn't mean that all of the duties of the acting person fulfilling that role will be able to execute any of the designated authority unless it's been formally documented. Item number 13. So the designate, this was relating to, the minors, execute minor subdivision agreements and amendments per bylaw 2022-057. The rationale is adding a designate for circumstances where the directors are not available, such as a vacation, illness, or unexpected absence. And 14 is self-explanatory too. We currently had the local planning appeal tribunal, and now it's the OLT. We've also added or its successor in case that changes in the future. The next slide. These are the last 3 items. So 15 is being fully repealed as it was replaced by bylaw 2022-057 relating to site plans. Number 16, this has been updated to remove certificate of approval because that is not applicable in this circumstance relating to acknowledgement and registration of payments applicable to water works rate charges. And number 7, a number of items under this are no longer relevant and are being requested to be removed. And that's your training on delegated authority and recommended amendments.
Thank you, Clerk Almus. So is there anyone in the gallery that wishes to comment on these recommended amendments? No. Is there anyone online, Clerk Almus? Thank you. Okay, Council, I will read in the recommendation that staff report C 2024-01, delegation of authority review, be received, and that Council amend the delegation of power bylaw 2020-057 to include the recommendations contained herein. Mover and seconder, Councillor Perry, Councillor Ring. Questions or comments? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So first of all, quite prepared to vote tonight on receiving this information and really congratulate the clerk on her ability to succinctly, but maybe too quickly, depart some of that really important information. So I would want everyone to have the opportunity to ask questions, but I would like to, when the time is right, defer the second part to the next committee of the whole to give us another opportunity to take some time to read and send some questions to the clerk. So I guess just for me, one of the bugaboos or several that I've had over the last few years is the hiring of senior staff during lame duck. And I want to ensure that it's my opinion that that shouldn't occur unless it's somehow been deemed in the budget by council that it's going to occur. I don't think it should be something new that should occur during lame duck. It came to my attention somewhere in my reading that the CAO has delegated authority for exceedance of, I believe it's 10% in our procurement bylaw in terms of capital projects or purchases. And I guess given in the past, that might have seemed like not a big deal at 10%. But the costs of our projects are rising significantly, and I'd like to confirm that and or revisit that, because when you're doing a $400 million project, 10% is a significant amount to give to the CAO in terms of what we have to ask the public for in our funding. So I think that's something we would need to revisit. A few questions came up during the clerk's presentation, but I'll save those for the next round. But those were kind of the big ones I had. One big question I do have is, was the one proposal, Clerk Almus, going to the 2 signatures, staff signature, was that removing the mayor from the signing? I could not disagree more on that one. I'll tell you that right now. Okay, so that's it for now, but I will defer or ask council to defer it for further contemplation after they've asked their questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Mayor Hamlin.
Yeah, I'll just put on the table a couple of things on my mind, and I'm happy to provide details the next time if we defer this. I'm a little concerned about removing the mayor also off of the signing authority. I'll just leave it at that right now. I think, well, anyway, I just think there has to be some council oversight, and that is an easy way for to be as the funds go out on a regular basis. The second thing I'm concerned about is about the ability of staff to extend draft plan of subdivision approval by 6 months. This has been an issue we certainly dealt with a lot last term, where we saw some plans of subdivision being extended, over 20 years. And I know we have brought that back under control, it seems to me, but I think, anyway, I have some concerns about that kind of an extension. I think I could see a 30-day extension, but the next one, and this is maybe the same, but it was respect to current delegation, the signing of minutes to settlement and executing contracts. I would like to see something around that, although that's an appropriate delegation, that those documents be provided to council before they're sent for signature. I have found, and not so much this term, but last term, I was always quite surprised at what the settlement was after having discussed them. So anyway, I'll raise that. These are just major concerns I have right now. Thank you.
Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. Just a very minor comment on congratulating the clerk on her efficiency of speed of reading, number one. And secondly, try as I might, I could find no grammatical, syntax, or spelling errors whatsoever, unlike other reports from other staff members. So congratulations.
Touche. Deputy Mayor.
Sometimes there's other things. I do support the idea of deferring, because it is an awful lot of information to consider and an important decision for us to make during our term. And I'd be no surprise to anybody. I noted the delegation of financial policies as one of the delegations, and I want to be able to ask some questions about that and sift through that, because I understand that council is meant to concentrate on policy and the larger matters of public interest. But I also note that the Municipal Act says we're stewards of the financial sustainability of the corporation. So I think that I want to examine that a little bit closer. And one of the things that has been on the top of mind is, of course, the investment policy. And we had thought about trying to have that discussed tonight, but Treasurer let us know that it wouldn't be on the docket until the next meeting. And I totally understand that that's the situation. But by deferring this, that'll give me a chance to go through that specific one. And then, as I say, ask my questions through the course of a few weeks of getting to the point where we do put this back on the table. So I support the idea of deferral when it comes to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Okay, I must admit that I can agree with the motion to defer. This was an awful lot to take in, and even as we reviewed, or the clerk reviewed it just now, there were other questions that were coming to my mind. I certainly agree with the comments that have been made around the table. I will turn to the clerk and just inquire what's the urgency on this?
There is not an urgency. It was requested back in June. This is just coming forward now. So there's the current delegations remain in place until they're updated or changed. So.
Okay. I hope I'm not stepping out of line here, but I'm wondering if we were to add it to our special counsels, like next week, that it would be the sole item on the agenda, if that would be helpful. No. Okay. Okay, so we're going to wait for 2 weeks then. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I beg your pardon, we'll want defer until when?
My colleagues would even ask for 4 weeks to the, not the next committee of the whole, but the committee of the whole following. And I think we do need, Madam Chair, the committee of the whole format to allow the relaxed protocol for procedures for us to ask questions and to interact on this major project. So.
Okay, so that, so your motion will be then to defer until the March committee of the
First
whole
March
meeting.
committee of the
First,
whole,
yeah.
So, but we can vote to receive the report tonight.
Yeah.
We would sever
Yeah.
those receive, and then I will defer the second one. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I have a request to sever this motion. So I will read in the first part of the motion, and that is that staff report C 2024-01 delegation of authority review be received. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Okay, and we have a motion to defer, which is no debate. Seconder for motion, Deputy Mayor. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Okay. Next item on the agenda is 14.3. Oh, sorry, my apologies, 14.2 unregistered deputations. And I see we have a few people in the audience tonight. So this is your opportunity to speak what's on your mind within 5 minutes. Is there anyone that would wish to come forward? So we have, okay. Then next, item 14.3, reports and minutes of other committees and boards. So the recommendation here is that the following minutes of other committees and boards be received and the recommendations therein approved. Collingwood Downtown BIA Board of Management meeting, January 11th, 2024. The Trails and Active Transportation Advisory Committee meeting of January 11th, 2024. The Special Council Heritage Committee on January 16th, 2024. The Accessibility Advisory Committee, January 18th. Collingwood Public Library minutes of January 25th. And the Collingwood Heritage Committee regular meeting on January 25th. Sorry, February 1st. Mover and seconder, Councillor Potts, Councillor Houston. Any comments, questions? Okay, I will then call that to the vote. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Item 14.4, old or deferred business. And we have tonight an update on the referred motion to collect data on non-resident user fees. And this was Mayor Hamlin's motion from last council. So I will turn it over to Director Collver.
Thank you, Chair. So with Council's referred motion regarding the collection of data information on the non-resident use of town facilities, including recreation facilities and the library, staff have acknowledged that the town is shortly kicking off a community center feasibility study. This study, especially because it is considering a sub-regional context, will include the development of usage information that can inform future decisions by council beyond the feasibility of a multi-use recreation facility. The RFP that is currently in motion indicates a project completion date of no later than September 30th. As the data is collected within the project lifespan, staff may be able to determine and provide council with statistics for interest and awareness from which council may provide further direction if policy changes are desired. So in other words, the feasibility study will be taking into consideration usage statistics in a sub-regional context. So I think this might help to answer council's question about those statistics. And I note that CEO Kulchicki is also here if there are any questions around policies or practices currently underway.
CAO or Director Kulchicki? No comments or questions? Oh, yes, we do.
I don't have any comments right now. Director Collver and I met last week, and I think he summarized our conversation. But as he said, I'm here to answer any queries or questions that are sort of specific to the library or this statistical gathering as much as I can.
Okay, thank you. So I will turn to Mayor Hamlin as the mover initially for your comments.
Yeah, thank you. No sense duplicating efforts here. So my question solely is, at the end of the study that has been discussed, will we have a good sense of the non-resident users taking advantage of our recreational facilities and our library?
Director Collver?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair. I would say prior to the end of the project, which is, like I say, scheduled for no later than the end of September. But prior to that, the data will have been collected. So I believe that we can then use that data to extrapolate some understanding. How much or how little and whether it's satisfactory to council, I honestly can't, specify right now. But it is probably one of the most effective ways to get the information for staff to do something. It would be redundant. And I don't know of a better way to do it than using a third-party consultant that's already implementing the work.
Very good. Mayor Hamlin, follow up.
Yeah, I had a few residents from the town of Blue Mountain speak to me last week, and they mentioned, I guess they had seen in a local paper that we were reviewing non-resident use, and the resident said to me that he comes into Collingwood 4 times a week to use our pool. And as much as he didn't have to pay anymore, he definitely understood what we were doing and he didn't oppose. So I just thought I'd share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Chair Doherty. When I hear take advantage of the facilities, we have, you look at our hockey programs, the OMA dictates where you go. We have many residents that live in Ottawa, but they have to come to Collingwood because of boundaries. Our girls hockey is probably 70% Clearview. So I caution this solely on if there's going to be a fee added to these households or users. A great portion is of the generation right now that are struggling, families, young families, and they don't have a choice but to come to Collingwood. So I would err on the side of caution, and I wouldn't support it moving forward, just simply on we'll wait for some stats to come back and feasibility studies to come back. But there are a lot of families out there that they don't have a choice. They have to come here, whether they live in Clearview or whatnot. So how that's going to work or how that's going to apply, no idea at this point, but I wanted to provide my concerns on those. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Potts. Fortunately, I don't think we're anywhere near making that kind of a decision yet. Any other, Councillor Ring?
I wasn't going to say anything until Councillor Potts brought that up, but I want to verify that everything he said is correct. Interior minor hockey, and can only use that for example because my involvement is has what they call residential boundaries, not municipal boundaries. So we've got kids that are probably from the town of Blue Mountains and Clearview And even between Collingwood and Sega Beach, they can't play anywhere but Collingwood, but their parents don't pay taxes within the boundaries. And just go back a little bit of history, and I'm going to say it might be, I don't know if it's so long since I was on there, it might be 10 years ago, it was probably 20 years ago. Collingwood tried to do the same thing at that time with the user fees. And I think that they before they really got it into effect, they found out that it was, in cases of the kids anyways, it was going to cause more problems than it was worse. So they didn't go ahead with that. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Well, we'll start by collecting the stats first. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And I'm pleased to hear that solution. I'm glad that through the MRF work, there's going to be that collection of data, because the concern I had, I was looking at it from, well, if you're going to examine this, you can't just look at the inflow, you have to look at the outflow too. And unfortunately, in our minor hockey system right now, we know that we're using facilities outside of our boundaries, and that, but the nice thing about the collection of this data, it's looking at things in conjunction with the town of Blue Mountains. So we're going to see their data along with our data, and that gives us that inflow outflow look. So I'm really pleased to hear that that's the way we're going to collect the data. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Collver, I saw your card, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just think if it's helpful to the conversation, because the conversation we're now is leaping a little bit ahead of the simple data collection, but I think if it's helpful to the concern that's being raised, staff are surveying a lot of different opportunities and ways that reciprocity agreements can be implemented in the province, and there's a large number of ways. And I think to the Deputy Mayor's point, it's really important to understand that we're not seeing everything coming in. It's one of the reasons why we, entered into the conversation with Town of Blue Mountains, because we recognize that with the distribution of assets, we might see an exit of users to another municipality. So it's really important to understand all of that in context. To the point of Councillor Ring and Councillor Pott, to make sure that we're not putting any undue burden on non-residents or residents either way. So I just wanted to make sure that it was understood that we are also surveying and getting information from our network about what that could look like after the data is collected. We understand the situation more carefully.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
So thank you, Chair. So I was just happy because I think this is going into an existing process. So no longer do we have to look at removing something from the operational plan to have the capacity to do it. Is that, I'm correct in that? Okay, thank you.
Mayor Hamlin.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond briefly to some of the concerns about hockey families in other communities. From my brief, read of what other towns might be doing in similar situations, is it might not be a charge on a family, but rather the municipality where the families are coming from. Maybe if they're not providing that facility, maybe they should be contributing through an agreement with our town. So I think there's a lot of different ways that this could come out in the wash at the end. I'm not ready to prejudge, but I will share that one of our residents who's been thinking a lot about this said, and I think her example was swimming, but was that, if she pays, say, $5 to swim and someone from another community comes in and pays $5 to swim, on the face of it, it may look equal, but she's wondering, am I also paying $10 through my property taxes because we subsidize our recreational facilities? So I just want to get the data so we can make clear choices, and maybe we do nothing, but I think we should at least know where we are. So that's why I originally brought this forward. Thank you. But I'll support the recommendation from staff.
Any other comments? Well, I will just add that I'm very much looking forward to seeing the results of this study. And like in my memory, we've never done this kind of investigation, and it's going to be very interesting to see how it all comes out and how it all will point toward the hopefully potential development of multi-use recreation facility. So, Clerk Holmes. Oh, okay. So will you withdraw the motion then, Mayor Hamlin? Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, if that's the best way to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Motion withdrawn. Okay. Item 14.5, other business. And 14.5.1, on-demand door-to-door accessible transit. Councillor Potts. Over to you, Councillor Potts.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I have a few things to kind of speak about here. I had a lengthy conversation today with the CAO. It was back and forth on quite a few topics and some concerns, which I do recognize. Some concerns may fall under the operational realm. I think through some of my questions here that from maybe the council perspective may touch on a couple examples. And if I do step outside into the operational, please remind me to round back in. But given that this contract was agreed upon the last council, and we've had other scenarios where we've had contracts that were previous council, it's always nice to kind of touch on to see where things are going and how things were decided, and maybe a check-in, as we haven't got an update from my recollection yet on the Transit Plus door-to-door. So and it's been on the top of people's minds in the community, and I've received certainly some comments and some correspondence. So given that, I have questions. So when we talk about the transit, obviously there is some concerns out there, safety concerns, there's customer service concerns, there's I guess whether it's hours of operation and how individuals are being transported, and again, these are kind of things that we can certainly work offline on trying to navigate through with staff. But I think one thing I want to understand, first of all, in the Transit Plus, and I can ask there's only a few questions here, and we can summarize through to not have to go one at a time. But with our Transit Plus contract, how many vehicles is part of the joint Wasaga Beach, Clearview, and Collingwood contract? So my understanding, there was 2 at the start. That's my understanding. But I've been made aware there's 3. And the one vehicle that's around town now doesn't present a Town of Collingwood logo on it. And there's been discussions that it was purchased by Wasaga Beach, and there's been an agreements made with Wasaga and Clearview, but Collingwood wasn't part of that. So that's number one question, just on the number of vehicles. The number 2, I have the current operating hours is.
Councillor Potts, maybe we could answer each one
Certainly.
of those questions
Absolutely.
one by one.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah. So I will turn to the CAO or to Director Slama.
I think in general, you should probably go to Director Slama, but I think we're all listening intently.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Director
Through the
Slama.
chair.
So the question with regard to number of vehicles and ownership of those vehicles.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Potts. So currently there are 4 buses being operated on Transit Plus. Collingwood owns 2 and Wasaga Beach owns 2. Typically on a given day, there are 2 buses operating in Collingwood and 1 bus covering Clearview and Wasaga Beach. And the contribution share of the cost was an equal 3-way split of the expenses, of the net expenses.
Okay, thank you. Councillor
Thank you for that.
follow-up?
Much appreciated. The next question I have is the current operating hours. Does staff see a need to look into whether it's I wouldn't see minimizing, but extend the hours? And the reason I bring that up is solely on there was some concerns that there's been a number of individuals that have been left, whether it's the hospital or a doctor's appointment, that have been sitting for multiple hours, even to points of not getting a ride home. Drivers have been pulled to other duties within the company, and so it's really left the individual stranded. So I look at scenarios where, like, is there a need? Is there something we should be looking at as a council to potentially look at extending the transit hours? I'll leave that for question number 2. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Director Slama?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Potts. Sorry, I just want to pull up something else here. My apologies here. So we have looked at more so covering heavier use times within the operating hours. So as opposed to extending operating hours where we see there's a high demand. So let's say there's a high demand between 1 and 4 p.m. Then we've tried to reallocate some of the drivers to increase the opportunities to provide more rides in the high use times. So that's what we've looked at so far.
Okay, thanks. Thank you again. Much appreciated. And I won't be following up on the questions. I'm just trying to gather information here. Thank you. My next one, this one falls under in the CEO, and I had a very in-depth conversation about this today. And I think a lot of concerns, or something that I'm trying to understand better, is the customer service portion. We're getting on track for customer service for tracking anytime an issue or a concern comes in. There's a file number, a case number. So it's and I will have to say, as time goes on, things are improving. In this case here with the transit, and from kind of what's being presented to me, is there's I guess a lack of communication, for better words, that it's tough that individuals are making concerns to the contractor, to the provider. And I wouldn't assume or imagine that those would be relayed back to the town. And I'm not going to say they're falling on deaf ears, but it's causing a real communication breakdown. And where I see this is there through the contractor, or is something that can be implemented as a tracking system, much like our customer service, not to add additional work onto our customer service, but is there something that we can implement to be able to track these, to say, yes, we've had these concerns, yes, we're following up. And because that really covers a lot of, I have had individuals say to me that they're afraid because they're, and I don't want to use the word restricted, but there's limited services for individuals with the accessible transit, that if they were to complain, they're just sometimes the fear of reprisal or refusal over the next ride. So I think that's kind of something. Is there a tracking system that we can communicate better or implement to achieve that? Thanks.
Thank you. And you're going to direct that to the CAO?
CAO, or yeah, probably this one.
Thank you for that one through the chair. I'd like to take that one away and talk with the team again and have a look at the contract and the requirements there, because certainly one thing that we really would like is that if people do have concerns with the service, or for that matter, kudos where the service has been done well, that we are aware. That way we're able to do things like we intend to do with our customer service system, things like tracking the number of complaints and kudos that we get for all of our various services, being able to understand the trends and what those are, if there's being secured or oxygen tanks, or maybe things are late, or people would like later hours, that we have an understanding of the trends, and then we can make good decisions on how to change or adjust the service. So I can't make promises about what will change, but I can make the commitment that we'll look into how we do. Those are that input is collected and responded to.
Thank you.
Thank you, CAO. I've got 2 more questions, and then I've got some visionary things. So I'm assuming through our conversation here, and maybe a follow-up, that staff could potentially, with the contractor, that there's proper training in place for drivers. I've been privy to some information the last couple of days where there's been some individuals that they've relied on brakes for chairs versus tying down and proper things, and that's being addressed. And I do appreciate. There was some correspondence to Manager Wozniak just on Saturday, and it looks like it's being looked into. So hopefully we can follow up just to ensure that the safety of the transportation is working, that they're being tied down, and as you referenced, oxygen tanks are being secured. And the one thing that I think would be really important if we look forward down the road is, and I've witnessed it a couple of times myself, where some of these individuals, whether they're on a walker, a cane, in a chair, I hope that they're being assisted from the door, especially in the winter months, going out into the middle of the road, which I did witness on Friday in snow, just to ensure the safety for them getting to the door to the vehicle and from the vehicle to the door. So just to see if there is something in place for that. Not looking for an answer tonight, but certainly something that is at top of mind for me. With the Transit Plus contract, at a 5-year contract expiring in I'm guessing 2027. I know there was a 3-year option and the accessible taxi extension expiring in 2025. I feel now's the time that we start working on a path forward. I know there's some master transportation plans that are coming up and a few other things, but I look at the town of Midland. I don't know if anybody's familiar, but the town of Midland's got a Midland Community Reach, and it's under the umbrella of the municipality. And what they do is they have accessible vans, just like we have accessible vans and Transit Plus, and it's for the residents of Midland. So this one typically would be the residents of Collingwood, but they also run their services where it would be volunteer driven. So they would have some staffing for accessible transit vehicles. But if there's somebody that's able bodied that can get there to the car and get in, they can be, taken to the grocery store, or dialysis or something, and it's done by volunteers and paid mileage. So I really think it's time that we start to explore, as these contracts are nearing, I would like to see some exploration of what can we do for the residents here. I'm a little unsettled to know if the shared contract between Clearview and Wasaga BeachNet is actually working well together as a unit. And so I think I'm interested in pushing something forward to see if we can advocate a little better for that. And I think that the safety is top of mind to everybody. And I think in this case here, we have some concerns. I want to work through the concerns. I want to address the issues coming forward, but I also want to make it better and more viable for the residents here that really are limited to accessibility. So I'll let other comments maybe had, but it is top of mind for me, and I do look forward to working offline with the CAO and under her direction to see which direction we can go. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Is there other? Yes, there is other business. Councillor Jeffrey.
Was just checking. Thank you. So I'm going to be. I had a few meetings today. One with the Ontario Caucus, with FCM, and then obviously with FCM in terms of our engagement with the federal government. And my rant is this: that until the other orders of government start asking municipalities what's going to help us, we're going to have a problem. And there's been some decline in their support. And I think, Councillor Doherty and I are doing our best in our associations, but what's coming down the pipe over the next few months is going to take all of us around this table in an advocacy and lobbying role. We're going to need to put some pressure on our medias, and we're going to have to find a way to get these orders of government to understand what it is we need, and that we can't do what they're asking us to do. It's just not possible. So the first came up in terms of, now with that said, the City of Toronto just got what is deemed to be a good deal from the province, with a bit of maybe perhaps some common sense sprinkled in. But the statistics that we received from AMO today at the Ontario Caucus showed that the Ontario municipality subsidized the provincial government last year to the tune of $4 billion. That was net of OMAF. And that means every other province and territory in this country has the benefit of receiving that money in their municipalities, but Ontario does not. So we're going behind. So the province has to understand that they have some responsibilities, and that municipalities cannot fix the provincial social safety net. That's not our job. That's their job, and they need to find a way to do it. So as you can see, it was a little bit upsetting today to start hearing those kinds of things and some potential changes that are coming forward. And then on top of that, what's coming down the pipe in terms of the federal government is we've long had the gas tax dollars, which converted to the Canada oh, anyway, I always called the gas tax dollars, whatever it is now. Anyway, making changes to that. It's always been the best for municipalities. It was predictable, sustainable, flexible, and by allocation and not application. But shifting away from the CCBF, they're looking at it from being identifying annual requirements that we have to, as provinces, territories, and municipalities, commit to be before getting our first payment for the fiscal year. So failure to comply with some of those requirements could result in our payments being reduced and or delayed and or not at all. And then under the current approach, also the federal government is requiring provincial and territorial governments to commit to implementing new policy measures to increase housing supply. While specific measures and the number of measures that a province territory will need to commit to are yet to be confirmed. So proposed policy changes include limiting increases to development charges and restrict their usage to growth-related costs, and introducing zoning reforms such as the elimination of exclusionary zoning and the implementation of minimum density targets near transit hubs to support densification and transit-oriented development. So the proposed changes reduce our ability to use the gas tax dollars for support to our asset management and state of good repair and renewal of existing assets. So the bottom line is, this is going to impact our bottom line, and we need to be really proactive and we need to be loud about what these orders of government are contemplating, which, you know, FCM was advocating for a new municipal growth framework, but we've had to step away from that somewhat because we have to make the government understand the importance of what was in place and what we were going to build upon. So that was kind of my day today. It wasn't good. But anyway, there'll be toolkits coming, and Councillor Doherty will bring us the one from AMO. Yeah. And I'll be getting the slide deck and the AMO. AMO is going to have a template motion. FCM will be circulating the same kind of toolkit. I'll be doing my usual advocacy with MPs and things, but yeah. So I'm really going to call on all of you to help out with this however best we can.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. I can tell you that for the last 2 years, AMO has been advocating to the province to give us our fair share to help us to supply the infrastructure to create these 1.5 million homes that they want, and return some of our control to our planning and development. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and I do have an item, but I will thank Councillor Jeffrey as well for her efforts and hard work on this, and I can volunteer a couple of councillors for you if you need some help. So we'll just yeah. I noticed before we met today that as we knew, the town of Blue Mountains considered last night and decided to sign the letter that has been circulated in draft to Collingwood, Wasaga Beach, Great Highlands, and Clearview for our consideration too. First and foremost, the letter is to support that we need a new hospital. And the current Greenfield site that is part of the Depoche Group developer agreement that we have agreed on the Poplar Side Road. I thought it was important to mention publicly tonight that the reason we aren't receiving the letter today is that all of council hasn't been updated fully on the matter as far as the confidential detail from the meetings with the hospital board and the ongoing review process as it is an MZO development. So it is on next Monday's in-camera discussion, which has a rise and report element if required. And I just thought it was important to mention about it today because there has been local media coverage and members of the public may not have caught that it's on Monday's agenda. So I just wanted to note that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is there any other business? Okay, seeing none, then moving on to item 14.6, notice of motions. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Chair Doherty, and I will like to thank Councillor Jeffrey on all her hard work with FCM. So this is a lot of words, so bear with me. Whereas the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM, is a nonpartisan entity that represents the interest of municipalities on policy and program matters that fall within federal jurisdiction. And whereas FCM's National Board of Directors is comprised of elected municipal officials from all regions and sizes of communities to form a broad base of support and provide FCM with the emphasis required to carry the municipal message to the federal government. And whereas the FCM annual conference is from June 6th to 9th, 2024, during which the annual general meeting will be held and followed by the election of FCM's National Board of Directors and application to committees. Be it resolved that Council of the Town of Collingwood endorse Councillor Catherine Jeffrey to stand for election on FCM's National Board of Directors and/or a committee of appointment. And further, that Council assumes all costs associated with Councillor Jeffrey attending FCM's National Board of Directors meetings up to the allocated approved budgeted amount. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. Okay, item 14.7 then. We will rise from the Committee of the Whole. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to ask Councillor Perry if he wanted to waive motion on that. Or do you want to waive notice?
I'll leave that to the chair.
You can ask.
Okay, yeah, actually, okay. Yeah, I request that if we.
Okay, clerk has just advised me that it's waived. We would have to rise from Committee of the Whole and go back to council.
Oh, okay, thank you.
It's not, it can go the normal course, but thank you for asking.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Chair Doherty. Just a quick question with the notice of motions. Just from my information with under other business and maybe to the CEO, when I mentioned about forward thinking and in the future, would you rather maybe try to come up with a notice of motion for a future meeting and we can discuss offline, or is there something you need from me tonight to start moving the ship forward?
And CAO?
Well, through the chair, I think I'd really like to meet with you again, please. And then if there's something that there's outstanding and we find is not within the scope of work that Director Slama and others are undertaking, then we can bring that forward promptly. You could, I mean.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Certainly, if we could do it sooner than later to help me kind of get organized for the next few meetings, I'd appreciate that very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Potts. Okay, so motion to rise from Committee of the Whole. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Baines, all in favor. Okay, and I guess a quick switch over and I will turn it over to the Mayor.
Thank you. So the last matter on the agenda before the adjournment is the confirmatory bylaw. It's as follows: that bylaw number 2024-016 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council held February 21, 2024, be enacted and passed this 21st day of February 2024. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Perry, Councillor Potts seconds that. Thank you. Any comments? All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. And yes, I'm sorry, but Councillor Jeffrey got it. We have a motion to adjourn on the floor. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thanilks very much, everyone.
Council budget put down in between.